दललोचन भवमोचन हे त्रिभुवन भवन निधान जय जय देव हरे राधे कृष्ण गोविंद गोपाल नंद दुलाला जय जशोदा दुलाला जय जय देव हरे जनक सुता कृत भूषण जित दूषण हे समर शमित दश कंठ जय जय देव हरे अभिनव जलधर सुंदर धृतमांदर हे श्रीमुख चंद्र चकोर राधा मुख चंद्र चकोर जय जय राधा कृष्ण जुगल किशोर जय जय देव हरे राधे कृष्ण गोविंद गोपाल नंद दुलाला जय जशोदा दुलाला जय जय देव हरे तव चरणे प्रणतावय इति भावय हे गुरुकुशलं प्रणतेषु जय जय देव हरे जय देव कवेरीदं कुरुते मुदं मङ्गलमुज्ज्वल गीतं जय जय देव हरे श्री राधे कृष्ण गोविंद गोपाल नंद दुलाला जय जशोदा दुलाला जय जय देव हरे जय जय देव हरे जय जय देव हरे जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय राधे जय कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे राधा विनोद बिहारी राधा विनोद बिहारी राधा विनोद बिहारी. Can we see them, Sudevi? Radha Vinod Bihari, Radha Vinod Bihari, Vinod Bihari, Radha Vinod Bihari, Radha Vinod Bihari, Radha Vinod Bihari, Vinod Bihari, Radha Vinod Bihari, Jai Sachinandan, Jai Gaur Hari, Sachinandan, Jai Gaur Hari, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Jai Gurudev, 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 Jai Gurudev, Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari.
Hari Bo. You want to do Jadwani Prabhu?
Jai Shri Shri Guru Gauranga Gandharvika Giridhari Shri Shri Radha Vinod Bihari Radha Raman Bihari Ji ki Jai.
Jai.
Pad Paramahansa Parivrajak Acharya Stotra Shata Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj Shri Gurudev ki Jai. Vishnu Pad Stotra Shata Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Trivikram Goswami Maharaj ki Jai. Nitrila पार स्तोत्र शत श्री श्रीमद् भक्ति वेदांत वामन गोस्वामी महाराज की जय। नित्य लीला प्रविष्णु विष्णु पार स्तोत्र शत श्री श्रीमद् भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी महाराज शिल प्रभुपाद की जय। आचार्य जी के श्री परम गुरुदेव नित्य लीला प्रविष्णु विष्णुपाद अष्टोत्तर शत श्री श्रीमद् भक्ति प्रज्ञान केशव गोस्वामी महाराज की जय। जगत गुरु नित्य लीला प्रविष्णु विष्णुपाद अष्टोत्तर शत श्री श्रीमद् भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती गोस्वामी शिल प्रभुपाद की जय। महाभागवत शिल गौर किशोरदास बाबा जी महाराज की जय। सप्तम गोस्वामी सचिदानंद शिल भक्ति विनोद ठाकुर की जय। वैष्णव सार्वभौम शिल जगन्नाथ दास बाबा जी महाराज की जय। श्री गौरी वेदांताचार्य श्री बलदेव विद्याभूषण प्रभु की जय। श्री गौरी रसाचार्य श्री विश्वनाथ चक्रवर्ती ठाकुर की जय। श्री नरोत्तम श्रीनिवास श्यामानंद प्रभुत्रय की जय। श्री कृष्णदास कविराज गोस्वामी प्रभु की जय। व्यास अभिन्न श्री वृंदावन दास ठाकुर की जय। श्री रूप सनातन भट रघुनाथ श्री जीव गोपाल भट्टदास रघुनाथ सर गोस्वामी प्रभु की जय। जय श्री लोकनाथ दास गोस्वामी प्रभु की जय। श्री भूगर्भ गोस्वामी प्रभु की जय। श्री स्वरूप दामोदर गोस्वामी श्री राय रामानंद शिखी महिति माधवी देवी गौर पार्षद वृंद की जय। नामाचार्य श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की जय। श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की जय। श्री अंतरदीप मायापुर श्रीमंत द्वीप गोद्रुम द्वीप मधुद्वीप कुलद्वीप ऋतुद्वीप जनद्वीप मुद्र द्रुमद्वीप रुद्राद्वीपात्मक श्री नवद्वीप धाम की जय। श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपी गोवर्धन द्वारस्वनात्मक श्री ब्रज मंडल की जय। श्याम कुंद राधा कुंड जमुना गंगा तुलसी भक्ति देवी की जय। कुल देवी भगवती पूर्णमासी देवी योग माया की जय। श्री गोपेश्वर महादेव की जय। श्री जगन्नाथ बलदेव सुभद्रा सुदर्शन चक्र जी की जय। पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्र जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की जय। भक्ति विघ्न विनाशनकारी श्री नरसिंह भगवान की जय। भक्त प्रवर श्री प्रहलाद महाराज की जय। चारों धाम चारों आचार्य चारि संप्रदाय की जय। आकर्मत राज श्री चैतन्य मठ की जय। श्री केशव जी गौड़िया मठ की जय। श्री रूप सनातन गौड़िया मठ की जय। श्री गोपीनाथ भवन की जय। अन्यान्य शाखा मत समूह की जय। कलयुग पावन त्रिभुवन मंगलकारी गोलोकेर प्रेम धन हरि नाम संकीर्तन की जय। जुगल नाम हरि कृष्ण महामंत्र की जय। मृदंग करताल की जय। अनंत कोटि कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की जय। जय शिल भक्ति कमल गोविंद महाराज की जय। शिल भक्ति स्वरूप दामोदर महाराज की जय। शिल गौर गोविंद गोस्वामी महाराज की जय। शिल भक्ति विज्ञान भारती गोस्वामी महाराज की जय। शिल भक्ति वल्लभ तीर्थ गोस्वामी महाराज की जय। शिल भक्ति कुमुद संत गोस्वामी महाराज की जय। शिल भक्ति वैभव पुरी गोस्वामी महाराज की जय। शिल भक्ति जीवन जनार्दन गोस्वामी महाराज की जय। शिल भक्ति दैत माधव गोस्वामी महाराज की जय। शिल भक्ति रक्षक श्रीधर गोस्वामी महाराज की जय। शिल भक्ति स्वरूप सिद्धांति गोस्वामी महाराज की जय। जय शिल भक्ति प्रमोद पुरी गोस्वामी महाराज की जय। स्वपरिकर जगत गुरु शिल प्रभुपाद की जय। अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की जय। वृंदावन वासी भक्त वृंद की जय। नीलाचल वासी भक्त वृंद की जय। नवद्वीप धाम वासी भक्त वृंद की जय। गौर देश वासी भक्त वृंद की जय। जे देशे वैसे गौरांगेर गौन की जय। होया छे न होइबे न प्रभुर जत दास की जय। जूम अटेंडिंग वैष्णव वृंद की जय। जय श्री बरसाना ग्राम की जय। श्री रावल ग्राम की जय। जय श्री दाम भैया की जय। जय श्री अनंग मंजरी की जय। जय वृषभानु महाराज की जय। श्री कीर्तिदास सुंदरी मैया की जय। वृषभानु राजनंदिनी श्रीमती राधा ठाकुरानी की जय। श्री राधा अष्टमी महा महोत्सव की जय। समागत भक्त वृंद की जय। निताई गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि।
Hari Bo. Jai. Jai. Vanchikalpa turbis cha, kripa sindhuvyeva cha, patitanam bhavanabhyo, vaishnavabhyo namo namaha. Om Gyan Tirumandasya, Gyanjana Salakya, Jakshol Militam Yena, Tashma Ishiguru Namaha, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadata Shivasadi, Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jai. Offer my unlimited Dandavat pranams to all Maharajis, all Vaishnavis, Vaishnavettes, little Vaishnavas, everybody, on this beautifully auspicious day of Radhastami 2020. And we have a delicious menu of wonderful speakers, starting shortly with Shripad Bhaktivedanta Tapasvi Maharaj, followed by Shripad Bhaktivedanta Siddhanti Maharaj, and then our beautiful mother and grandmother, Srimati Uma Didi, and then Srimati Yashashwini Didi. Sriman Budar Prabhu will be next, and then after that will be Shripad Bhaktivedanta Ashram Maharaj. And then we're going to have a little shift of gear as Balabhadra, Shriman Balabhadra Prabhu and Srimati Radhika, who have produced a beautiful Radhastami play for us, a Zoom play. And then we have the wonderful Shripad Bhaktivedanta Nemi Maharaj. And finally, from Costa Rica, Shriman Sundar Gopal. I can see that we have Vaishnavas from America, India, as well as the UK and other countries. So it's a wonderful assembly. This morning I was reading with someone and we were looking at the meditating on the lotus feet of Radharani. And so I thought I'd offer in between speakers just a little bit about each symbol on her glorious lotus feet. So Radharani has 19 symbols on her feet. One of them is the umbrella, the chhatra. And it says here that this mark proves that those who take shelter of Sri Radha's feet are shielded from the incessant rainfall of material miseries. It also denotes that those who sit in the shade of her feet become exalted, just like Maharajas, great kings, who usually have umbrellas held over their heads. I think the symbols on the feet of Radharani are very compelling, very beautiful. So we have a recording rather than live from Shripad Bhaktivedanta Tapasvi Maharaj, because the connections with Navadvip are so poor. He was good enough to do a pre-recording for us, which we will now share with you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Dandavat Pranams. Vande Guru Pada Dvandvam Bhakta Vrinda Samanvitam Shri Chaitanya Prabhum Vande Nityanandam Sododitam Shri Nanda Nandanam Vande Radhika Charanadvayam Gopi Jana Samayuktam Vrindavana Manoharam. I offer my respects to the lotus feet of all my gurus and all the devotees. I offer respects to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who appeared along with Nityananda. I offer respects to the son of Nanda and the lotus feet of Radhika, attractive in Vrindavan and surrounded by all the gopis. So I wanted to speak on Radharani's apparent pride, which expresses her selfless love. In the Bhagavatam, there is a description of Krishna's Rasa Leela and Madhurya Leela in 5 chapters. The Gaudiya Vaishnava Acharya zoomed in on this, and then under their vision, this whole pastime is magnified. That means it is expanded, it is enhanced, it is enriched, it is embellished, and it is revealed in far greater details. In the Ananda Vrindavan Champu, which is a book written by Kavi Karnapur, which describes Krishna's pastimes, especially in Vrindavan, Kavi Karnapur reveals the heart of the gopis and reveals the heart of Radharani. This is like zooming in to tell us many more details. He says that the gopis are the topmost devotees of Krishna, and they cannot become proud in a mundane sense, which we become proud in. even if they appear to be proud, everything that they do is for the service of Krishna. When all the gopis are dancing with Krishna, at that time the gopis start thinking, actually, from among all of us, Radha's love is unparalleled. And yet when she is dancing with all of us, it appears as if all of us are equally devoted to Krishna. Thus pride develops in them. Krishna then leaves the rasa dance with Radha. When she sees that Krishna is only with her, Krishna's come away with me and has left everyone else. At one level, she feels great joy, but then immediately her emotion changes into dismay. She says, how can I be happy when all the gopis will be distressed? In fact, they will be devastated. He is also their life. If Krishna leaves them, then they will be unbearably agonized. They will be afflicted with unbearable pain. How can I be happy in such a situation? And as Krishna is taking Radha deeper and deeper into the forest, she starts thinking, what should I do? I don't want to enjoy Krishna alone. I want Krishna to be there with the other gopis also. Therefore Radha thinks and comes with the strategy to slow him down. Krishna, please give me this flower. Krishna, I want that fruit. Radharani is ensuring that as many clues as possible are left. Radharani's happy to be with Krishna, but she is still just concerned about all the gopis. And so she decides that they will now decide. She decides now to stop. And she tells Krishna, Krishna, I'm tired now. I can't walk anymore. Let's wait over here. At this point, Krishna suddenly becomes angry. All this is done so that there can be a greater intensity of the love. Krishna loves tension, which brings heightened excitement. Srila Kavi Karnapur explains how Krishna apparently becomes angry, and he says in a very angry voice to her, because this is the forest, I cannot get a palanquin for you now that you are tired. So therefore you sit on my back and I will carry you. Radhika is surprised. Suppose you're having a normal conversation with somebody, and suddenly the other person suddenly speaks in an angry tone. You would think, well, what's happened? What's made you angry like this? Krishna is saying, now sit on me and I'll carry you. There's a certain sarcasm in this. She's alarmed. She looks at Krishna, and to her horror, Krishna's disappeared. Krishna became angry with her and just disappears from there. And Radharani begins to cry, Krishna, Krishna, where are you? Kavi Karnapur depicts a conversation between Radha and Krishna. This is a conversation which is not literal, but is envisioned by Radharani. Like if we know somebody very well, if we know how they think, and then we know how they're going to respond, we anticipate, and then we prepare. How will we answer their questions? Similarly, here she envisions a conversation responding to Krishna. She's begging Krishna, please come back. She's saying, Krishna, please don't leave and go away like this. I have left everything for you. Krishna has still the same grave voice with which he had spoken the last words when he disappeared. You left everything, but you left everything not for me, but for your own pride. You're so proud. That's why I left you. She said, Krishna, no, I was not proud. I just wanted the other gopis to catch up with us. Krishna says, but I wanted to be with you, but you interfered with my plan and didn't cooperate. Radharani says, Krishna, I'm sorry. The gopis will be so much distressed. I was just concerned about them. Krishna says, I am not pleased by such contrary behavior. I wanted you to be with me, Why are you not cooperating? She says, Krishna, Krishna, please come back. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Krishna says, you lost your chance. You have displeased me. I will not come back. She says, Krishna, without you, I won't be able to live. I'm such in unbearable agony. The fire of separation is burning within me. The other gopis are also experiencing this, Krishna says, and nothing's happening to them. Then Radharani says, no, Krishna, at least they have each other. I'm all alone. Now Radharani says, without them, I'm all alone. I've got no one to share my heart with. Please come back. But Krishna answers again by deafening silence. And when this deafening silence is there, Radharani is unable to bear the pain and she faints. She swoons and falls down like a fallen goddess, completely unconscious. Radharani's compassion and selfless love for Krishna and her Sakhis is a very exalted subject, as shown by this Leela. The way we can enter this Leela is by cultivating a service attitude. How can I serve? Whatever service we are doing, we just do in a mood of selfless service for Gurudev and Krishna. Bhakti is not an isolated activity. It is not just about our being connected to Krishna, but bhakti is an integrated activity wherein we connect with Krishna by connecting with those who are connected to Krishna and by connecting others with Krishna. Radharani, when she is with Krishna, she's thinking of the other gopis. That is also how association is important for us, even in the highest pastimes of intimate contact with Krishna. The value of serving Krishna with others is demonstrated. She is Karunasar, the essence of compassion. Let me end with Sri Narada's words, Satyam, 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 Punah Satyam, 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 Punah, Punah, Vinaradha Prasadaina Krishna Prapti Na Labhiyate. This is the truth. I repeat it again and again and again, that without the mercy of Srimati Radharani, Krishna cannot be attained. Dandavat Pranams. Jai Shri Radhe.
Jai Radhe. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, great. That was beautiful. I thought it was an audio only, so we had the advantage of video too. And Balabhadra very nicely spotted that as Maharaj was speaking about all of Radha's moods, in the background was the picture of Radha on her own, which was very beautiful and appropriate. So in that Harikatha, so many emotions: joy, dismay, pride, anger, sarcasm, horror, contrariness, burning, agony, fainting and swooning, all happening in one Leela. Such a variegateness of emotion is in the transcendental world. And I really liked when Maharaj talked about how we get connection through connection. And I was on the phone to Tridandi Maharaj early this morning, and he was saying that by connecting with all of our acharyas, everyone in our parampara, all of them are manjaris, and all of them encapsulate or embody, if you like, the heart of Radharani. So we can get the cascading prema of Radharani through connection with parampara. So connection through connection is a beautiful observation from Maharaj. So thank you very much, and we now move swiftly along. I'm very honored to present to you a beautiful Maharaj who's actually a disciple of Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj, who was very close to Srila Gurudev, and he took sannyasi from Srila Gurudev from Narayan Maharaj in 2010, and he's well known for his beautiful Bhagavad Saptas. So I'm very happy to present from America, I think he's speaking, Sripad Bhaktivedanta Siddhanti Maharaj. Haribol Maharaj, welcome.
Hare Krishna. Radhe Radhe. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurumlitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Gurave Gauri Chandraya Radhikaya Sadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadbhaktaya Namo Namaha. He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagadpate Gopesh Gopikanta Radha Kanta Namastute. Tapta Kanchan Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vishubhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Haripriye. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gauri Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. My humble obeisances, lotus feet of my Guru Maharaj, Nitya Leela Pravish Om Vishnu Par Stotashar Shri Srimad Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj. Similarly to my Shiksha Gurudev, Nitya Leela Pravish Om Vishnu Par Stotashar Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj and Shri Srimad Nitya Leela Pravish Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj. To Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada and all his associates, to Sriman Mahaprabhu and to all his associates, to all the devotees who are present here, give me this opportunity to speak something on Radha Tattva. My humble obeisance to all the Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis present. Hare Krishna. Very auspicious Radhastami. On this day, first of all, I remember Srila Gurudev. My memory goes back to Mathura Shri Keshavji Gaudiya Math, where Srila Gurudev, whole day, starting early morning till late evening, he was celebrating with all his devotees this most auspicious Radhastami. With a special sentiment and a special mood, Gurudev was absorbed in. He used to ask his brahmacharis to sing some Hindi bhajans in glorification of Shri Radharani, which are prominent in Braj Mandal. And along with that, he also asking brahmacharis to sing Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's bhajans glorifying Radharani. And all devotees who have acknowledged this or seen this, Gurudev was in special emotion on that day. And while comparing the two bhajans, Gurudev used to comment, when we go deep into understanding of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's bhajan, we can see the entire essence of Shastras or Radha Tattva is just present in simple Bengali language bhajans, which are only 4 or 5 verses. But that gives the essence of all Radha Tattva. And many times Gurudev used to weep, tears coming from his eyes, remembering Shri Radharani. Not taking much time, I got 25 minutes to speak. Srila Gurudev used to explain the birth of Radharani. And this is what he preached around the world, the length and breadth of entire world. His favorite, Radha Dasim. But with practicing, also sadhan. Gurudev used to tell, we can't stop speaking about Radharani. I was hearing one lecture of Srila Gurudev where he was speaking in Bejar and was speaking of Deshamrit, sometime Manashiksha. But all of a sudden he switched over to very deep Radha Tattva. And after completing his lecture, Gurudev said, this is my problem. I can't stop. This is my addiction. I can't stop speaking about Radha Tattva. So much absorbed. We are so fortunate to have association of Srila Gurudev, who always and always immersed in that emotion of Radha Tattva, Radha Dasyam, following the footsteps of Sri Rupa Manjari. So today on this day of Radhastami, I pay my humble obeisance to Srila Gurudev. May that separation which you are feeling for Sri Radharani, one fraction, only one fraction of that separation, may I feel for you. This is what I want. My qualification, my adhikar is only to this much. I don't know who is Radharani and I don't know who is Krishna, but I just want to feel this separation from you, which I'm not feeling. Paying obeisance to Srila Gurudev, what I've heard from him, from Srila Bharti Goswami Maharaj and other acharyas, try to speak few words. The aim and object, the goal of Gaudiya Vaishnavas is to attain Radhika Charana Renu, Bhushana Koriya Tanu, Aneyase Pave Giridhari. Radhika Charana Renu. The aim and object of our Gaudiya Vaishnava is what they all preached and what they are all inspiring us to attain is attaining the dust from the lotus feet of Radharani. Why it is so important? As Yashodanandan Prabhu just said, there are 19 marks on the lotus feet. 19 marks, 11 and 8. Why everyone wants only this? Who all wants this? Uddhavji. When Uddhavji came to Braj, Uddhavji is a personality who got titles in Srimad Bhagavatam. Vrishni Nam Parva Mantri Krishnasya Daita Sakha Shishya Braspati Shakshad Uddha Buddhi Sattama. He's the best amongst all the ministers in Yadav. He's so intellectual. He is disciple of Braspati and is very dear, intimate friend of Krishna. When Naraji did research in Brihad Bhagavatamritam, explained by Srila Sanatana Goswami Pad, when Naraji did research, he came to the final point that Uddhav is the best devotee, the most recipient of the mercy of Krishna, the best. He didn't conclude it the best to be gopis or Radharani. Why? Because they are not gopis. They are not devotees. Uddhavji is devotee. But who is Radharani and the gopis? Shri Brahmaji said in Brahm Samhita, Anand Chinmaya Ras Pratibhav Tabi Tabi Ya Ij Nij Rup Tya Kalabi Golok Eva Nivasutim Akhil Atma Bhuto Govindam Adi Purusham Tamam Bhajami. Radharani, the manifestation of the pleasure-giving potency of Krishna manifested in one form, that's Radharani. That's Radharani. And all other gopis are, according to Shri Kaviraj Goswami Chaitanya Charitamrita, the Kaya Vyuha, the expansions of Radharani. Each and every mood of Radharani, Lalit, Vishakha, Tungvadra, Champakleta, Sudevi, Rangadevi, and all other gopis, they are expansions of Radharani. The gopis are categorized in three. Krishna Sneyadikya, Ujjwal Nilmani, Shri Rupa Goswami. Krishna Sneyadikya, those gopis who are more inclined towards Krishna, less towards Radharani. Some Sneha, those who are equally loving Krishna and Radharani. Who are they? The Ashta Sakhis, Lalita, Vishakha and all. But they are more inclined towards Radharani. But there is another category, a very special category called Sakhi Sneyadikya. These are the gopis who are only inclined towards Radharani. They have nothing to do with Krishna. Who are they? This is our Guru Parampara. This is our Guru Parampara. Shri Rupa Manjari, Shri Rati Manjari, Kasturi Manjari, Lavanga Manjari, and Kamala Manjari, Nainmani Manjari, Vinoda Manjari, Shri Raman Manjari. These are the Manjaris who are only inclined Sakhi Sneadikya towards Radharani. So they are further expansions of Radha's moods. They are 308, according to Ujjwal Nilmani, Sri Rup Goswami Par explained, 308, or some say 356 moods of Radharani, which is so much expanded in Sri Ujjwal Nilmani by Rup Goswami. So all these expansions, all these gopis are the Kaya Vyuha of Radharani, expanding for what reason? To serve, to please Krishna. To please Krishna. Therefore, Uddhavji, when he came to Braj, what he longing for, what he was hankering for, Asam Oho Charan Renu Jusham Yam Sam. I only want the dust from the lotus feet of Radharani. That means Radhika Charana Renu. The dust from the lotus feet of Radharani. That's all. This is the treasure what he brought back from Brajamandal. He brought back to Mathura. And he want to get this on his head. And therefore he's performing austerities at Uddhav Kund as a blade of grass. Why? To want the dust from the lotus feet of Radharani on his head. The creator Brahma, who wrote Brahma Samhita, glorifying Krishna, that Krishna is cause of all causes. Krishna is cause of all causes, but Radhaji is a cause of Krishna. How come? Krishna is Atmaram. Atmaram means he always absorbed in him, in his Atma. But who is his Atma? The Atma of Krishna is Radhaji. All the activities of Krishna centered towards Radhaji. There is no other purpose. There is no other purpose. Krishna says, Tuhu lagi mora barajabas. Radhe tuhu bina kaha ras. Tuhu lagi mora barajabas. Without you, I cannot perform Rasa Leela. It looks like a simple statement, but it's not. Why Rasa Leela? Amongst all the pastimes of Krishna, he's Leela Purushottam, right? Amongst all the pastimes of Krishna, Rasa Leela is the topmost. Why? Krishna himself claimed this. Santi yadya me prajya leela sasa manohara nahi jane smrite rase mano kim drisham bhave. Even though I perform many pastimes, but when I think of Rasa Leela, I don't know what happens to me. I get restless. So there's the best amongst all the pastimes of Krishna. And the center of Ras Leela is Radharani. You say, Radhe, tuhu bina kaha ras? Without you, I cannot perform this. Tuhu lagi mor brajabas. And because of you, I am staying in Brajamandal. Because of you. Why? I was explaining this yesterday. Radharani says in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Anir man man, mor man Vrindavan. Mone vane ek kori mani. Vrindavan is the heart of Radharani. Therefore, Krishna always wants to get situated in the heart or absorbed in the heart of Radharani. He don't step out of Vrindavan. Vrindavan paritajyam padam ekam na gacchati. He don't want to go out from Vrindavan, always absorbed in that mood of Radharani, calling out Radhe, 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 Radhe. So the Brahma, the creator, he prayed to become one stone. Tad bhuri bhagyam iha janma kimapi atyam yad gokul ape katav angri rajobhishekam. He wanted to become a stone, but he became a hill. The whole Barsana Gaon, the village Barsana, is situated on that hill. That's Brahmaji. He wanted to have the dust from the lotus feet of Radharani. Brahma, Shiva, Naraji. He's performing austerities, tapasya at Govardhan at Narad Kund, just opposite to Kusum Sarovar. For what reason? Naraji, who can bless anyone with Krishna Bhakti. And Dhruv Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, and King Prachin Bhari, and so many got blessed by Naraji. And they got Krishna. With the blessing of Naraji, they got Krishna. But what Naraji is longing for? Radhika Charana Renu, the dust from the lotus feet of Radharani. Therefore, he is performing austerities at Govardhan to want to attain this. And what to speak of all others? Krishna himself. Krishna, who is the cause of all causes, Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam. He's keeping his peacock feather, his flute at the lotus feet of Radharani and massage her lotus feet, saying Smaragal Khandanam, Mama Shirasi Mandanam, Dehi Pad Pallav Udaram. O Radhe, I keep my peacock feather, my flute at your lotus feet. Please don't display any man, any sulky mood. As Pujyapad Tapasvi Maharaji was saying, very wonderfully explained about Ras Leela. Something very important in that. In Ras Leela, the superiority of Radharani than other gopis is manifested. Why? In the union, Radharani is superior amongst all gopis. In separation, Radharani is superior among all gopis. How in union and how in separation? This was the important point what Pujyapat Tipasvi Maharaj was focusing on. In separation, when Krishna disappeared from Ras Leela, then all the gopis start imitating the pastimes of Krishna. Imitating, killing Putana, killing Tirunavrat, killing Shaktasur, lifting Govardhan hill, binding Krishna like Yashoda Maya. But this problem, a big problem came. Who was imitating this pastime? All the gopis. But those who are Naika, means the group leaders, they were playing the role of Krishna. And all their sahacharis, all their maidservants are the one who are assuming the role of the demons to please their leaders. Understand? So therefore, killing Putana, who became Putana? The sahacharis, the maidservants of the group leaders. They became Putana, and the group leader, means Naikas, they are playing the role of Krishna. Playing the role of Krishna means immerse in that pastime of Krishna. Why? Only Krishna or his name or his pastime. There is nothing else which can take that space. So that's why they are imitating the pastime of Krishna. So killing Putana, Tirunavrat, Shaktasur and all. But when they remember how Krishna is so compassionate that he accepted that bondage from Mother Yashoda, then who will become Yashoda now? A big problem arises there. Who want to become Yashoda? No one wants to become Yashoda. Why? Gopis are in Madhurya Ras. Yashoda Mayan Vatsalya Ras. Vatsalya and Madhurya, they are opposite. They cannot be in one line. So everyone is looking to each other. Who's going to become Yashoda? Because now we already remembered this pastime. Who will become Yashoda? No one came forward. But then Purnamashi, Yogamaya, she came forward and she accepted the role of Yashoda. I'm going very fast, but there are so many things in that. So anyhow, gopis were imitating the pastime of Krishna. But Radhaji was not even doing that. She was just lamenting because Sacha mene tadatmanam varishtam sarvayoshitam hit gopi kaman aso bhajate priya tattva gattam vanam desham drittam kesham abarvit na pareham chalitum nay mam yatrute mana evam uktam priyam ahas kand urayate mitin tatasya antarday Krishna savadu anvatapte. Oh Krishna, I cannot walk further. Why he said this? Why she said this? Because she heard her gopis are coming. She's hearing them. So she wanted all the gopis should come and see how Krishna is serving me. Because Krishna was serving Radharani at Shingarvat on the bank of Jamuna. Kesh prasadhan tavatra kamana kritam. Krishna was arranging the hairs of Radharani. And Radharani wanted all my gopis because Sakhigan vina e lila pushti kabu nai. Sakhigan vistariya sakhi hi aswadai. Shri Rai Ramanan Samvad. Ramanan Rai is telling to Mahaprabhu, without the sakhis, without the gopis, this lila cannot be manifested, cannot be expanded. They are the one who expand and they are the one who taste that. So Radharani is thinking, I'm not selfish. I want my all gopis to come and see and relish this, how Krishna is here. Dhir Lalit Nayak. is submissive to me, and he's serving me. She wanted everyone. So therefore, intentionally she said, Na pareham chalitum, nae ma yatrate mana. I cannot walk further. Then Krishna said, come, sit on my shoulder. And even immediately when Krishna bent to make Radharani sit on his shoulder, Krishna also heard the gopis coming. You see, this Ras Leela is not Kama Leela, it's not lust, it's Prem Leela, it's serving Leela. Krishna also heard gopis coming, and immediately he thought, if gopis will come right away and they will see I am alone with Radharani, they may develop some envious moods towards Radha, which I don't want. Therefore, all blame should come on my head and I should disappear from here. Krishna disappeared from there, and Radharani lamenting there. Hanath Raman Preshta Kwasi Kwasi Mahabhuja Dasya se Karpanne me Sakhe Darshan se Nidhi. O Lord, or the Lord of my heart, where are you? Where are you? Please extend your darshan to me. I can't see you. Lamenting so much. Then all the gopis came there, and they saw, oh, he's so cruel. But you see, Krishna, he took all this blame on his head. He didn't want Radharani to get blamed. Why? Because he want all the blame should come to me. So he disappeared, and Radharani is lamenting there. And all the gopis came there, and he said, what? We are imitating the pastime of Krishna. Yashoda Prabhu, just wave me when my time is over. Because it's speeding up now. So
You're good, Maharaj. You got another 8 minutes.
8 only. Okay. So anyway. So all the gopis came there, and they saw, we are in a position to even imitate the pastime of Krishna, but see, Radha, she can't even move. And Radha is just sitting and crying and weeping. So her separation is superior than all of us. And that's why she Shukdev Goswami Path, he uttered this verse, Anne Radhito Nunam Bhagwan Hari Rishvara Yanno Vihaya Govinda. Amongst all the gopis, this gopi means Radha has served Krishna the most. That's why her name is Radha. But no, that's the tattva. But according to Braj Mandal, the acharyas, they say no. Krishna has served the gopi the most. That's why her name is Radha. Not that Radha has served Krishna the most, that's why her name is Radha. But Krishna has served that gopi the most. That's why her name is Radha. Why? Because Ma Bhav Sarupani Guner Atir Varyasi. She's Ma Bhav Sarupani. Even Krishna has no access to that Mahabhav. And Guner Atir Varyasi, full of all qualities. As Shri Rupa Goswami Pad explains in Ujjwal Nirmani. Charu Saubhagya Rekhadya Gandhor Madita Madhava Sangeet Parasarab Vigya Ramme Vak Narma Pandita Vinit Karuna Purna Vidagda Pattanvita Lajja Shil Sumaryadaya Dhere Gambhir Shalani Suvilas Mahabhav Parmot Karsh Tarshani Gokul Prem Vasati Jagat Shreni Jagat Lasa Guru Arpita Guru Sneha Sakhi Panativash Krishna Prayavali Mukhya Santad Ashra Keshava. 26 qualities of Radharani. Shri Rupa Goswami Pad explaining. That make Krishna submissive to her. And that's why her name is Radha. So in the separation, Radharani is superior amongst all other gopis. And even in union. How in union? Because Krishna left everyone and he only took Radharani with her. In union, Radharani is superior, and in separation also, Radharani is superior. If Radharani in Vasant Ras, when Radharani leaves the Ras Leela, then Krishna in separation of Radharani get totally absorbed. And in Geet Govinda, Shri Jayadev Goswami Pad writing, Itas tatas anusmritya anangavan khin manasa kritanutapa sakalandi nandi tatanda kunda vishada madhava. Madhav. All our acharyas, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, Srila Gurudev, they don't want to hear this. Srila Bhakti Thakur don't want to hear this. What? that Radharani feeling separation from Krishna. Shri Krishna Virahe Radhika Dasha Amito Sahite Nari. I can't bear this. That my Radharani is feeling separation from Krishna. Then what you want to hear? We want to hear that Krishna feeling separation from Radharani. Krishna feeling separation from Radharani. Therefore, Jayadev Goswami in Geet Govinda is writing this. When Radharani left Ras Leela, Krishna is feeling Vishad Madhava. He came all the way from Man Sarovar, walking, calling out Radhe, 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 tears in his eyes, rolling on the ground. And he just sat next to our Gopinath Bhavan, Imlitala. And his dark complexion turned to golden complexion. Because he wanted to have this golden complexion. He wanted to have this. Because with black complexion, he can't relish that mood, but Radharani has. Vishay Jati Sukh Amar Halat, Ama Hoite Koti Gun Ashray Halat. Krishna is saying, I am Vishay Jati. Means I am object of worship. But I cannot understand what is that prem in Radharani. Because na jane Radha prem ache kotobal. Se bale ama sada kore vival. I don't understand. What is that strength? What is that prem of Radharani? I don't understand as Krishna. I want to become Radha to taste that. Therefore he begged. He begged. Begged, borrow, steal. He did 3. He begged. Srila Gurudev's words. Can you please give me for just 48 years your mood and your complexion? Just for 48 years. I want to taste this. So he begged and he borrowed and he begged also. Gurudev's favorite shloka. Na pareham nirvadyu samyujam. Sasadu kripta vibuddhiyo shapiva. Oh Radhe, I cannot repay your debt. I cannot repay your debt. But I want to repay. So please, I beg you, please give me your mood and complexion. He's begging, literally begging. And he steals. He also stole. Srila Gaur Govind Goswami Maharaj explains in his books how he entered into the heart of Radharani and he stole that mood. He stole. He wanted to become Radha. He is not interested in becoming only Krishna. That's the superiority of Radharani. I'm ending up here. I think my time is over. I don't want to take much time. Remembering Srila Gurudev and all our acharyas, it's easy to speak like a parrot, learn and just speak, but it's very difficult to realize. So I pray to Gurudev, my all acharyas, please bless me that not like parrot speaking, but one lifetime, in any lifetime, in one day, I can get entrance into this divine realm of spirituality. I can understand what is that prem, what is that devotion, what is that bhakti. I'm not even a Vaishnava. I'm not even a human being right now. What to speak of becoming a Vaishnava? And this is very far journey, very far journey. Only Tomar Karuna Sar, only by your mercy, nothing else. Thank you so much. Vancha Kalturveche, Kripa Sindhu Devache, Patita Nam Pavanebhyo Vaishnam. Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you so much.
Maharaj, thank you. Where are you, Maharaj?
I'm in America right now.
In where?
In America.
Yeah, we're in America?
Or New York.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. And you mentioned about the moods of Radharani. Did you say 308?
Yes, Ujjwal Nirmali.
If you have any URL reference, if you could put that in the chat room, that would be wonderful.
Okay.
I'd love
because I was hearing Gurudev lecture and I'm just repeating like a parrot.
Yeah, no, it's really that was
Gurudev
really
said
interesting.
some says 308 and then again after another 10 minutes he said 356. But I will
maybe they're always going up. Thank you for taking us deep into Radha Tattva and Rasa Tattva, and also particularly at the beginning, thank you for presencing Gurudev's very deep moods. I felt Gurudev really entering our hearts when you were when you were referencing him, when you were bringing him into your Qatar. So thank you, Maharaj. And it must be quite early there, so appreciate it. So I'm going to share with you another symbol of on Radharani's feet, then this one is the fish, Matsya. And this mark shows that just as a fish cannot live without water, similarly, the surrendered devotees cannot live a moment without directly associating with the feet. It also shows that all the most cherished desires and longings of those who resort to lotus feet will be truly fulfilled. It also means that the mind is very fickle, just like a fish, who wavers this way and that. And so only after much meditation do the feet finally come into the heart. It also indicates that the lotus feet will come to live in one's heart only, if the heart has been liquefied by soft, loving emotions. The feet do not thrive where it is dry. So next, I'm very excited to introduce, she needs no introduction, but I'm going to give one anyhow, all the way from Gopinath Bhavan in Vrindavan, our mother, our grandmother, our great-grandmother. We all know her and love her and take shelter of her. Gurudev's longest serving devotee on the planet, who has traveled relentlessly and tirelessly. The only thing that has stopped her from traveling is COVID, and I'm not even sure if that's going to stop her. So very happy to present you the wonderful, beautiful Srimati Uma Devi. Haribol, Hare Krishna.
I think the internet is cutting out. If I can ask everyone to just turn their cameras off so that Uma Didi can, it might help the way Uma Didi can do that.
You can see her now.
She's here, fantastic. Let's keep our videos off. Haribol Uma Didi. We can all hear you now, I hope.
Connection not good.
Carry on, Uma Didi. I think we can hear you.
Okay. Again, what is good? You should start now.
Yes, start now. Yes, please, Ranga Devi. Yes, please start.
Okay, hi, Namo Sachipatamatasarupam Rupam Tatragajam Manuputim Radha Kundu Girivaram Radhika Madhavansa Rapto Jasya Patita Kripayan Tam Sri Guru Natasmi Gurave Guru Chandaya Radhikai Karale Krishnaya Krishna Vaktaya Sadvaktaya Ajan Gambitava Kanakodata Sanketana Pitara Marata Shri Vishnu Dharmala Bani Javatiyo Kodana Vatinna Kolo Bhajami Radha Yoginda Nettan Marami Radha Marami Radha Mudot Nitoman Bhajami Radha Purna Varada Sakamana Nagati Kuttati Kajalala Malati Kundamalo Neo Asman Konakojalo Nido Pitambara Konakojala Naranitera Dinai Tulasi Debai Priyavi Kesha Krishna Bhakti Sattari Namo Namo Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. First, I give my thanks to all the devotee, offer my heartfelt love and affection of all devotees of London, England, and also Dandavat Pranam. I hope you are okay. Your health and also your spirit. First, I offer my humble and respectful obedience to the Lord, my spiritual master, beloved spiritual master, Nityalila Vishnupad, Ashtatara Sattva Bhakti, Vedantan, Baman Goswami Maharaj, and also Nityalila Vishnupad, Ashtatara Sattva Bhakti, Vedantan, Narayan Goswami Maharaj, and always begging that cosmic master. And also offer vision to the total feet of my Guru Maharaj, Bhakti and Keshav Goswami Maharaj, Bhakti Vedanta, Swami Maharaj, and other Rupanita Guru Vargo, and also who are everybody, please I offer my vision, devotee. Everybody knows today is a very, very special, great and auspicious day. Today is very special, great and auspicious day. Why? Because our most beloved worshipful Srimati Radhika Day. Especially our parents saying different kalpo, Radhani appeared that Gurudev told us. Especially in this kalpo, in 27 Vaivastas Manu, in this kalpo, Radhika appeared in the Ravel. One day early morning, when Vishwanu Maharaj going to take bath in Jamuna, the Jamuna was floating near his place, palace. So he is going early morning, still is dark. And when he arrived in the Jamuna bank, he saw that a Bedouin coming, a lotus, 1,000-petal lotus is there, and inside there is so light, so oxygen coming and making light all direction. Then going there and so inside, then baby girl, my sometimes seeing her so very beautiful. Seeking everywhere, he took the baby girl who with him and who give that his wife Sundari. This is Gurudev used to in Ravel, he is coming sometime in the Basana Vishwanu court, means Vishwanu pond. Vishwanu Maharaj also got there, and some kalpo appear here the people. So in this way, Purana gives so many stories. It happens sometimes egg, sometimes fire, all the so many plays. But Gurudev gives this three plays. So I am Gurudev, but he told us so many years. So I wanted to sing on in this way. Now I am going that what is the theory of Krishna? What the philosophical conclusion that is Radharani is? Then Radharani was Tattva. If we want, then we must become as Krishna Tattva. In our original Brahma Ishvara Parama Krishna Satchidananda Vigraha Anadir Adir Govinda Sarva Karana Karanam. Ishvara Krishna not only is the Parama and Satchidananda. Sat means with eternal. Chit means there is full of knowledge, there is no word of ignorance is there. And Ananda full of bliss. And if we look to our body composed by Brahmaji workshop by 5 elements: water, air, sky, fire, and earth. But Krishna and all is perishable. But when Krishna body not, there is no difference between body and earth. Now he does Anadi Adi Govinda. Anadi Adi Govinda, all causes of course he is. Now how Radhika was the Mohabhav Swarupini Radhastami. What is the Mohabhav? Jari Chaitanya Charitamrita gives in 4th chapter, Allah Dene, essence of Allah Dene is prem. And essence of prem is bhav. And essence of bhav, there is Mohabhav. So in this way, we are hearing that Radharani is Mahabhav solution. Whereas Krishna is Akhil Rathamita Sindhu. Or Ras means Melo. English you know more than me. So Ras, Akhil Rathamita Sindhu. He is the ocean of all type of Ras. Ras is there present, but Ras cannot understand how I am taste, and how I can taste, how I can get pleasure from that loss. So that is the bhav is need. That is Radharani, that Krishna told, I am object. And all my devotees ashray. So most of ashray is the topmost is Srimati Radhika Rani. So Radhika gives that type of pleasure to Krishna that not possible to get from anywhere. Radhika is Swarup Shakti. Then question comes, Krishna have no need, he is Atmaram, Aptokam, of no need to make, anybody can make him happy or pleasure give. But still, we are seeing, make that is the Radharani, make the pleasure to him. So in Chaitanya Charitamrita also we see Govinda Anandini Radha. Govinda Anandini Radha, who gave Ananda, pleasure to Radha. Govinda, who? Radha. Pleasure Gurudev told that time, if you wanted to get Ananda pleasure, then need 2%. You are one and another person make you pleasure, that is 2%. But happiness, you can feel happiness. But Ananda, you must be 2%. So Radharani is Ashtar, Krishna is object. Just now I hear Siddhanti has told, Krishna thinking how much power of the Radharani frame that made me mad. What type of frame? That time one time Gurudev told me that Radharani frame, power of his frame, how much you cannot guess. So how that like give the Gurudev example, that very strong storm is going on. Like a hurricane, strong storm is going on, but you cannot understand how much speed he has, how much speed is blowing on. But when you see big tree uprooted, even the house uprooted in the power of the air, wind, then you will understand, oh, it is so powerful and so speed also. Like this, when Radharani is sitting on the Radha Kundu and thinking about the Krishna, Krishna was that time in Gauri Kunda with Chandavuri. But Radharani power of thinking is so speed. From there, Krishna was up from Chandavuri Kunja and come in the Radha Kunja. Uprooted and come in the Radha Kunja. So you can get how Radharani's power of prem. And very Radhi prem, like a material or prem is prem. Love. It is not love because it is lust. But in the Radhani prem, so many stages. In prem boichitto. What the prem boichitto coming? Radhani sitting one day in some solitary place, and Radhani and Krishna each other very sweet exchange going on. In the meantime, a bamboo will come. Prabhuji, one thing I am asking, how much time I will give that you must tell me? How many minutes I am?
Diddy, you have another Haribol, another 17 minutes.
17 minutes. Oh, okay. Then I try to finish my lecture. And you can understand me. Guruji, I continue.
हाँ मदरी आप
Carry on, Madidi. Yeah.
He clearly understand me.
Yes, yes. Now is difficult, but it was okay. Just gone really.
The Bambi wanted to sit down of the lotus face of the Radharani, thinking is the lotus, drinking the Radharani tried to move and again coming. Then Krishna told Madhu, you will be not this time. So Madhumangal takes small stick and takes out the Madhumangal. Madhumangal takes the bumblebee from there. And after 5 minutes, he came back and told, hey Radha, Madhusudan gone, he will never come back again. Immediately hearing the name of Madhusudan, Madhusudan name is, bumblebee name is Madhusudan because he always drinking the honey of the flower. So Madhusudan, and also name is Madhusudan. Because what attraction in our family life, all our relatives, we are starting that as so that is his name and also you drinking of them. Radharani thinking of the laps of Krishna, but he have forget where I am. This is called same weeping. So he have weeping, start weeping so much. Ha Madhusudan. Then this temple created that. So in this way, we Govindo Anandini always giving, she gives the Ananda of Govindo. Govindo have no need to give treasure anybody, but Radharani giving her him treasure. And Govindo Mohini, he always, Govindo becomes Sita, he becomes the older. Krishna thinking, I am the attractive one. Whether I have that four type of sweetness, my beauty, my fruit, my pastime, my quality, everybody. That I am who attract everybody. Now when I see money, I become beautiful. My two sound, everybody becomes so much. Forget their own religion. Become who are moving and who are not moving. But when I hear the voice of Radharani, I feel that I am. And everybody to my touching, everybody becomes so much cool. But when I start with Radharani, I become moon, I become cool. All these things is not become forget who has, is nothing, who gave me pleasure. Nobody possible in the world, but still I see the Radharani. The Radharani is so powerful more than me. Million powers she has. So she looking at why I become the older. And Govindo Sarvasya. Govindo is all in all in the Radharani. And Sarvokanti. Sarvokanti Shiromani, that top jewel of Sarvokanti. All queen of the body come in from the in Radharani. It is Gurudev very I am giving an order, give this so Gopyon say Devi Krishnamoyi. Here is saying Devi Krishnamoyi Pokta Radhika Paradevata. Sarvarakshmimayi Sarvakanti. This Gurudev very favorite. Devi and very they Paradevata. Krishna is Paradevata. Then Krishna is worshipping the Radhika Rani. Always Radhika in inside and outside, everywhere where she is looking at the sweet glance falling, it is into Krishna, 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 everywhere Krishna. And how the Krishna himself worshipping the Radhika Rani. He told Radhika is my Guru. Who is the Jagat Guru? His Guru is Radhika Rani. One time, Binda coming. That time, Radharani asked Binda, from where you are coming? He told, I am coming from the Radha. Have you seen that? Radhika told, yes. Binda told, yes, I saw. What he is doing, Radha Kundu? Because he is now dancing. who is Guru? Radhika, who any teacher he has dancing? Well, yes, you are made to dance. Radhika told, I am here. How can I teach him? Well, because he is thinking all the three by air, wind, now moving here and there, and their branches, everything that you are this. You are thinking this branch of the tree moving like that you are instructing, move your hand like that, move your mouth like faces like that. So Radhika is Guru, who is the Jagat Guru, Bande Sri Guru, Jagat Guru Krishna. Here now is the Aradhana. And Radha word is coming from the word of the Aradhana, worshipping. And so that is the very much. One time, Radharani had Sarki mood, so strong Sarki mood, Krishna cannot pacify. Even the Lolita Vishaka try, but today Radhika unbreakable of Sarki mood. Then Vishaka told, Krishna, you can do, you go to Radha Kundu bank and chanting Radhe, Radhe, very loudly chanting. Radhe, 3 times you take wedding at Yamuna. That is doing all Radhika. So in this way, we are see that how Radharani who are because it's in metal world, it's the same is how to material frame is very much destroyed. If I heard that whom I love, he love another girl, then my love will be break. Or if I know my husband love another person, then my divorce will be. But in the Radharani prem is not like that. Transcendental love is, to Goswami told, any reason comes, but prem will never destroy, it will be increasing. So in this way, we are what Krishna desires, Radharani fulfills. Krishna is Shaktiman, full of treasure of all potency. And Radhika is Shakti. Is Swarup Shakti. Krishna Swarup Shakti, Radhika, and he have so many activities, Swarup Shakti. He has become Jogamaya, he become Purnamasi, all activities, even if he has become, he become so open mood. Radhani wanted to taste in Krishna, all type of, how Radhani Krishna can taste. Left is mood, right is mood, all that things. So in every aspect, Radhani serving the Krishna. So that is the Gurudev told the what our in Zinari, our sambandha with the Krishna relation with Krishna and all the that is the bhakti and our presence of the supreme. But Gauriya Vaishnava, especially Mahaprabhu line, and especially Rupanuga Vaishnava, what their desire? They want to Krishna? Yes, want Krishna, but how? How they want it? That is Gurudev told to us so many times, not only one time, that our aim and object, how we can make ourselves Radhika Dashi. Because Radhika made servant, what is? Radhika Dashi jodi hoye obhiman, tobe tiklo mino ego kurokan. Bhakti Thakur told myself, Radhika made to dedicated myself, what will be? Krishna automatically will be me. But need not that. I need that. and Radhika has and so Manjari is mostly they are always trying to meet Krishna with Radhika, and their life and soul is the Radhika. So in our way we are see Gurudev told at that time what and how we make please that is told so many times. In here used to make Krishna Das, you sing. What song? Sucharu Bhakramannaram Sukanaratna Kundaram Suchositam Bachananam Namami Nandananam Dirghanetra Pankajam Sikhe Sikandamulyatam Ananga Koti Manam Namami Nandananam Sunashika Prabhutika Chandapakam Sunasika Kamautikam Satanta Punktikam Amuna and this way our prayer will be Radhani birthday will be glorified through Krishna. If you make him, because he has always wanted to hear, if he has always wanted to hear Krishna glorification. And Krishna birthday will be always singing in this this is very deep tattva. It is not easy to understand. We can never think that Dada is like a ordinary, that is so deep. So Mahaprabhu when take the Radhani mood and come and very deep. That they are not on movie, but believe everything.
Umadidi, sorry, Umadidi, we can't hear you anymore. Haribol. Haribol. Can you hear me, Yeshua?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think
yeah. Sorry about that. Is Umadidi still online? Because we should apologize to her. Sorry about that technology glitch.
I think her internet's cut out too, sorry.
Yeah, it's really difficult. I mean, we heard some, we didn't hear other bits. Lesson learned. I think we need to upgrade Umadidi's connection, which I'll do, because she's in Gopinath Bhavan, which is where Sudevi and Kishori are, and they have a good connection. So there must be a good way of boosting her connection. So I'll look into that straight afterwards. So apologies to everybody. You did amazingly, because most people stayed on, which is fantastic, because that was really hard to hear. But even though at times we couldn't hear hardly anything Umadidi was saying, still the faith and the sincerity and the devotion came through. One or two people were chatting with me, saying, even though I can't understand it all, I can hear her Shraddha and her Nishta. So we all benefited anyhow. So next, moving swiftly on, we have, I wanted to share the another symbol on Radha's feet, which is the conch, Sankha. And this auspicious mark indicates that those who take shelter of the lotus feet are always rescued from all sorts of distress. Just as during the Arati ceremony, the conch shell is used to hold water that is offered directly after the fire of the ghee lamp, Similarly, lotus feet hold transcendental water that soothes his devotees from the blazing fire of material miseries. Also, this symbol proclaims ultimate victory for the devotees, since the conch shell mark on the feet contains the entire ocean of material existence that may now be easily crossed. This mark also shows that those who resort to lotus feet become completely fearless. It's a beautiful meditation. So next we have another mother and grandmother of the Sangha, somebody who's very dear to a lot of devotees and who's rendered so much service for Srila Prabhupada and Srila Gurudev. I've had the fortune to have so much association with her. And so I'm very happy to present next our dear Srimati Yashashwini Didi. Haribol Didi.
To speak. Haribol, can you hear me?
Fantastic, perfectly.
Okay, good. Okay, so first of all, I would like to offer my respectful obeisances at the feet of Srila Prabhupada, my Srila Prabhupada, and Srila Gurudev, to Srimati Uma Didi, to all the Vaishnavas, to the sannyasis and all the Vaishnavas. And I'm feeling a little bit nervous to speak after all such elevated devotees. But I was thinking how even just mentioning Radharani's name is so auspicious. And so there's still a hope that whatever is spoken can be pleasing to the ears of the Vaishnavas. So I was remembering one famous saying, which is that the saffron dust particles from the lotus feet of the Lord travel on the sound vibration from the mouth of the pure devotee and enters into our hearts and purifies us. But those saffron dust particles, they have actually come to Krishna from his association with Srimati Radharani. So we know that pure bhakti is ahoitakiya pratihata. It means it's completely unmotivated and it's unbroken. And this is actually Srimati Radharani's completely selfless mood. Every second, her thought is there. Every thought, every word is completely absorbed in pleasing him. So I couldn't so much hear Srimati Uma Didi, so she may have mentioned something to do with this. But I remember that when we came to Srila Gurudev at first, I heard how, well, actually, it says in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, actually, that the whole world is worshipping Krishna, but Krishna is worshipping Radha. So when I came to Gurudev's Sangha, I heard a very sweet and beautiful story that Krishna was waiting for Srimati Radharani and she was late. She was not turning up and he was in much anxiety. And so the Sakis, they decided to give him a mantra to say to attract Radharani to come. So Krishna started to say the mantra, but every time he heard the leaves rustle or blow, he would think she was coming. So he would break his mantra and he would look. And so the Sakis said, you are completely unqualified for mantra. You have absolutely no concentration. So instead, we'll give you something very simple. So they told him to sing what Gurudev told all of us to sing. Radhe, 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 Jai, 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 Shri Radhe. So Srila Gurudev, he would always have us sing this, calling for Radha. So I also saw some very beautiful things in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, where Krishna is saying how all the world derives pleasure from me. Radha alone can give me pleasure. And he said these most beautiful things. I'm just going to read a few of these verses. They are so beautiful. If you really try to just close your eyes and hear these words, they are so beautiful. Krishna is saying, although my beauty defeats the beauty of 10 million cupids, although it is unequaled and unsurpassed, and although it gives pleasure to the three worlds, seeing Radharani gives pleasure to my eyes. The vibration of my transcendental flute attracts the three worlds, but my ears are enchanted by the sweet words of Srimati Radharani. Although my body lends fragrance to the entire creation, the scent of Radharani's limbs captivates my mind and heart. Although the entire creation is full of different tastes because of me, Krishna says, I am charmed by the nectarine taste of the lips of Srimati Radharani. And although my touch is cooler than 10 million moons, I am refreshed by the touch of Srimati Radhika. Thus, although I am the source for the happiness of the entire world, the beauty and attributes of Sri Radhika are my life and soul. And he goes on to say, my dear auspicious Radharani, your body is the source of all beauty. Your red lips are softer than the sense of immortal sweetness. Your face bears the aroma of a lotus flower. Your sweet words defeat the vibrations of the cuckoo, and your limbs are cooler than the pulp of sandalwood. All my transcendental senses are overwhelmed in ecstatic pleasure by tasting you, who are completely decorated by beautiful qualities. So the whole world, at least those who still believe, are worshipping Krishna, but Krishna is worshipping Srimati Radhika. And there is one very beautiful thing in the Chaitanya Charitamrita later on, near the end of the book. Sorry to Sripad Siddhanta Maharaj, this is a little about Radha's separation. But it's a very beautiful story because Advaita Acharya had called Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to come. And then Advaita Acharya was the one who told him when it was the time to leave. And so Advaita Acharya, he sent a message to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And he was saying how everyone in the marketplace is now mad and there is no demand anymore for rice. He was meaning everyone now is mad with ecstatic love of God. Now nothing more to do, everything is done. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu at this time, he realized that, yes, my mission is done and now it is time to return. So he deepened and he went very deeply into the mood of Srimati Radharani. And I'm just going to ad-lib this. First of all, in the mood of Radharani, she began to lament and say how feeling such separation it was increasing at every moment. And then a scene actually appeared of Krishna's departure to Mathura, and in the mood of Radharani started to speak. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, first of all, began lamenting and saying how fate was very cruel. Oh, cruel providence. You put people together and before they are fulfilled, you tear them apart. And then in her anguish, she said, no, it isn't your fault. It's not your fault. Actually, it's Krishna is so cruel. Krishna, he stole everything from me and then he left me. And then she said, no, Krishna, it's not Krishna that's cruel at all. This is just actually my own past activities and my own misfortune, which is making me miss him. So the very beautiful thing about this is that in this mood, lamenting in separation, wondering, oh Krishna, where have you gone? Mahaprabhu, in the mood of the gopis and Radharani, began to sing in Chaitanya Charitamrita. It says in this verse, oh Govinda, oh Damodar, oh Madhava, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. So all these beautiful moods are what Srila Gurudev was bringing to us, and it's here in Srila Prabhupada's Chaitanya Charitamrita, Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami. So our gurus are so actually amazing. They have the compassion of Srimati Radhika, and they come with that compassion. There's also, they're teaching us, I remember in Jivadam, it was saying, we're not these bodies, and this world is not meant for our enjoyment. So our gurus are trying to take us out. We've been completely captured by false identities, and they're trying to, by all means, bring us back to this identity. And another book that is translated by Srila Gurudev, there's one beautiful thing explained how all the individual souls are actually parts of Srimati Radharani. And when we don't remember that connection to her, then actually we try to play out the same activities in an incorrect way in this material world. So it was explaining that when we go back to the spiritual world, we are serving Krishna through her, as parts of her. As I think Siddhanta Maharaj was saying, how everyone is expanded and more like that. So it was saying how when we relate to each other, we should actually relate to each other as someone who is a servant of Radharani, helping Radha serve Krishna. And if we can try to bring ourselves into this identity, even in this world as devotees, we can actually try to remember these things and try to respect and love each other in these ways. These are very important. It's an amazing thing that our gurus are giving us. So, yes, so these Radharani also, going to another area, she is actually, there are 3 levels. She is actually Krishna's own pleasure potency, comes out of his left-hand side and personifies into the form of Srimati Radharani. And any happiness that exists anywhere is part of her full happiness. That full happiness, when it's mixed in the spiritual world with relationship, sambandha, that is what actually makes the bliss of prem and the pastimes. When her happiness descends into the Brahma Jyoti, into the Tatastha region, it's the bliss of impersonal Brahman, which is above the modes of nature and is very blissful next to the material world, but it's nothing like the spiritual world. And then when it expands further, it comes into the material world. And any happiness in this world, which is a mixture of mixed happiness and distress, is actually coming from her. It's actually a shred, a remnant, a tiny ray at the end from her happiness. So in this way, actually, Srimati Radharani, she is absolutely everything. And we are being taught to actually serve her. And yes, and wait a minute, something else I had written down here somewhere. Yes. Okay, yes, so that was all from there. Okay, yes, so Srimati Radharani, we have so many beautiful songs, we have so many beautiful prayers, and we actually are desiring to become the servant of the servant of the servant. And so in this way, it's really, really important for us in this world to hear these things, to try to relate to each other in these ways, and to always speak Harikatha. This is actually how we have to relate to each other. We shouldn't, and I'm speaking this because I do it myself sometimes, we shouldn't actually remind each other of the news, and we shouldn't actually remind each other of things that are not connected to who we really are. This is actually the association of sadhus, is simply to bring us to that higher consciousness. We spent many, many births, and we've spent many years and years in this lifetime actually connecting to that which is not true. And I actually remember when I actually joined the institution, originally when Srila Prabhupada was on the planet, if anybody spoke about anything to do with themselves in the past life, we would be told, actually, oh, so-and-so's pastimes. And we were told not to speak of those things actually, but to try to keep fixed and to try and just immerse. So this is actually what our gurus have taught us, and all the prayers of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, to see this house as Radha and Krishna's, to try and cook in the kitchen, knowing that Radharani is actually the main cook, and to gradually bring ourselves to this different consciousness. Because otherwise we can stay, in fact, there's 3 levels: with a material body in this world, and then with a material body serving Krishna. And I remember Srila Gurudev made the point. The difference between Archan and Bhajan is Archan, we're actually thinking, I'm this body, I'm in this world, and I'm worshipping the deities. And he said that Bhajan means, yes, unfortunately, I am in this body and I'm in this world, but we have the remembrance that we have another body, there is another world. We have the picture of that he's given with the beautiful Seva Kunj picture and the Manjaris and all the beautiful stories. And we can immerse ourselves. Srila Gurudev said, not imagination, but aspiration. We may be, for myself, I can only say, life.
One more minute, Yashashri, Haribol, one more minute. Oh, what's that? Have we lost Yash?
Yeah, I think we have.
Oh, it was such good quality. Let me just call her quickly. Haribol, did you drop off the line? Yeah. Okay, we ran out of time anyhow, unfortunately, Yash. But thank you. About a minute. Yeah, yeah. We were doing so well there. Because last time, can you hear me, Yashara? Last time, unfortunately, Yashashni had a total technical blowout, and this time the quality was fabulous until right at the end there. So anyway, that was really beautiful. I wanted to ask her to repeat the saffron dust particles text, which I think is so beautiful. I first heard that several years ago, and it's always stuck in my mind as a very poetic and very beautiful metaphor about Krishna Prem. So we've now got we're going to have Shriman Buddhara Prabhu shortly, then Shripad Ashram, Shripad Bhaktivedanta Ashram Maharaj, Shripad Bhaktivedanta Nemi Maharaj, and then Shriman Sundar Gopal Prabhu from Costa Rica. So we've got lots more delicious katha for you on this Radhastami day. Another symbol from Radha's feet is the flower, the pushpa. This mark shows that the divine fame of the feet spread everywhere, just like the fragrance of a flower. It also shows that the feet are not hard, but soft as flower petals. And it means that just as every fruit comes into being after the plant blooms, similarly, all spiritual fruits come into being after first blossoming at the soles of the feet. Another beautiful marking of Srimati Radharani's feet. So next, I'm sure you all know him already. He is a very senior devotee, having come to Srila Prabhupada in the late, I think in 1969. And he rendered lots of service to Srila Prabhupada. And then he was there right at the beginning of Srila Gurudev's travels around the world, right at the beginning of the travels in 96, and rendered a great deal of service. And Srila Gurudev loved and loves him very much. I'm very, very happy to present to you Shriman Buddhara Prabhu. Oh, thanks, Buddhara.
Dhanyavad Sisoda, thank you. Agyanatimirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chakshurunmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Gurudeva Gaurachandraya Radhikaya Tidalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadbhaktaya Namo Namah. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. First of all, I want to offer my respectful obeisances to my Diksha Guru, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, to my Shiksha Guru, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, to all the assembled sannyasis, Vaishnavas, Vaishnavis, all the guests. Thank you for having me. I'll just say a few words because what comes to my mind is that I'm very unqualified for speaking about Radha Tattva. We know from Shastra that the words of a conditioned soul do not have any potency really to affect a spiritual enlightenment in the listener. And being a very conditioned soul, I have to, yes, warn you that all I can do is act as a signpost. And I'd like to do that by recollecting, my reflection today is a recollection of a pastime with Srila Gurudev. Some of you might have even been there. We were at Prem Sarovar, and Gurudev was sitting there on the raised platform. Very beautiful, nice day. And I was sitting next to him, and he began to tell the story of Prem Sarovar and its creation. And saying that one day Krishna was sitting there with Radha on his lap in embrace, and a bumblebee thinking that Radha's sweet, fragrant lotus face and lotus feet were objects for him to collect honey from. So he began to hover around Radharani, and she became afraid and tried to hide from the bee. And Krishna asked Madhu Mangal to chase the bee away with his cowherd stick. And Madhu Mangal chased the bee away. And after he came back, he said, "Oh, Madhusudan is gone, and he's gone forever." At which point, Srimati Radhika entered a state of ecstasy called Prem Vaichitya. And in that state of ecstasy, that very special, very high state of feeling of separation, but actually being simultaneously in Krishna's lap, Krishna looked at this and became astounded. Gurudev explained Krishna was overwhelmed himself by the ecstasy that Radharani was displaying. And at that moment, that manifestation of Radhika's inspired three questions within Krishna. And I'm going to say them in a very simple way. That Krishna wanted to fathom what it is that she experiences. What is the nature of her prem? And what is she tasting in that praying when she's in my association or thinking of me? And then another question was, what does she see in me? What are my qualities? What are the things that she finds attractive about me? And then lastly, what does she taste when we're together, when we come into each other's association? And these three inspirations came to Krishna, and then Krishna begged Radharani, I must taste this. I must have that experience. And Krishna begged her for her bodily luster and to be able to, as Siddhanti Maharaj pointed out, he begged her to come for 48 years to taste that ecstasy. And so what comes to my mind is as Siddhanti Maharaj also very humbly pointed out, that I'm just repeating like a parrot. But it brings to mind that Radha is the source of all of the mercy that we have experienced through our acharyas. Ours is a descending process, and the original font of that mercy and that compassion is Radharani. It was her ecstasy that inspired Krishna to take her complexion and to taste that ecstasy. And so he appears as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But still, even Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, what can we taste of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? We have no hope. One of our previous speakers said that. One of our previous speakers said that we can't hope to taste Krishna Prem even if we do bhajan for many, many, many lifetimes. He quoted Gurudev. So without Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we can't taste it. But actually, even with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we still can't taste it. Even though he's plundered the storehouse of love of God and made it available in the Kali Yuga in the form of the Maha Mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. He's distributing that mercy and that compassion indiscriminately to everyone. But still, without Nitai, we can't enter into a tasting of this wonderful knowledge, this wonderful philosophy, and understand what is our true spiritual nature in relationship to Sri Krishna. And yet, Nitai, even though he's mercy personified, still not enough. And so we have to look at the great pioneers, the great acharyas in our line. So many. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, his father, and our Srila Swami Prabhupada, who undertook so much sacrifice to come and make this available to us. And so he came and he also gave this Maha Mantra, and he brought knowledge of Bhagavad Gita, Isopanishad, Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita. And these books, as Yashashvini Didi pointed out, contain all of the great treasures of the Gaudiya Vaishnav canon. And if we're desirous, if we're passionate about it, we can enter into these truths. But still, even though Prabhupada's giving, still we know it's almost not enough. although it is enough, we know still it's not enough because we need to have sadhu sangha. And so latterly, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Maharaj, Srila Gurudev, our beloved Srila Gurudev, he comes and he teaches even more deep understandings of the philosophy. Swami Prabhupada said, Krishna is God. I'm coming and telling you that Krishna is not God. Krishna is a little lala. Krishna is this naughty boy who's frolicking with the gopis in the kunjas of Vrindavan. I want you to forget that, and I want you to enter into that, and I want you to taste that, and I want you to beg at Govardhan for becoming a Paliyadasi of Srimati Radhika. So ours is a descending process, but the font of all of this mercy that manifests as the great acharyas, that is Srimati Radhika. And I'll close by saying that today, such a special day, and my experience of the previous speakers, and I expect the speakers that follow me, really kind of underscore that Srila Gurudev, he's given everything, but it's still not enough because bhakti is a dynamic process. And why is it not enough? It's enough, but it's not enough for conditioned souls like me because I have to hear Harikatha. I have to be in the association of sadhus, advanced Vaishnavas. And these advanced Vaishnavas, these are the sprinkles of mercy of our Srimati Radhika. So from their lotus mouths, they're sharing their realizations. Their soft hearts are evident in how they speak. Very moved by listening to them and inspired. Oh, one day I might become like them. So I want to ask your blessing that someday that will happen, that I can become eager in my practice of bhakti, eager to become a Paliyadasi of Srimati Radhika, and as Yashashvini says, eager to become the servant of the servant of the servant. As long as I have some status and relationship, then I'm happy. Even as a blade of grass, it doesn't matter. Thank you very much. Vanchakopatibhescha kripasindubhyevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
Thank you, Badara. Badara, so are you still there?
Yes.
So your opening was really interesting. So the bit in the fourth chapter of Adi Lila, Chaitanya Charitamrita, with the three reasons why internal reasons why Mahaprabhu came to earth. The prequel to that is the Lila at Prince Road.
That's what Gurudev spoke about when we were there. Yes, that moment was that inspiration that came to Krishna witnessing the Prem Vaichitya of Srimati Radhika.
Wow, that's a beautiful prequel. Thank you for some beautiful katha. I don't agree that you're not qualified to speak on Radhatat, but I see you as very qualified. But your qualification is that you don't think you're qualified. So thank you for sharing. It was very beautiful and imbued with a lot of mood and sincerity. And I'm sure I speak on behalf of all the devotees in expressing my appreciation for your contribution. Thanks, Budar. Great. Well, we have the play shortly. The next speaker, the play will be coming after the next speaker. I'm going to share with you another symbol on the feet of Radharani. This symbol is the which one am I going to pick? I think I'm going to pick the spear. The spear is known as Shakti, and this mark assures those who wish to have the miserable bonds of the mundane sphere cut, and who take shelter of Sri Radha. Her feet immediately appear to slash all entanglements and difficulties. Very powerful. It also indicates that she is the Shaktiman, or the natural possessor of all divine potencies, whereas her servants are not endowed with separate independent power, but are completely dependent upon her. That is the spear. So next, I'm very happy to present our wonderful sannyasi who trots between the UK, Nigeria, and America preaching. Recently, he's just issued on WhatsApp some fantastic classes, about 65 classes on Madhura and Dambini. I'm very happy to present to you our beautiful god brother, Sripad Bhaktivedanta Ashram Maharaj. Haribol Maharaj. Whoa, what was that?
Am I clear? Is my voice
clear? Yeah, but there's some kid running around on someone.
Haribol?
Yes, Maharaj, we can hear you really well.
My voice? Okay.
Yeah.
Guruve Gorachandraya Radhikaya Tadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tad Bhaktaya Namo Namaha Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhyavacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktavrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Shri Radhastami Mahamotsav Ki Jai. So I'm so inspired being with all of you and hearing the previous speakers. And I was thinking before classes started that how fortunate we are to be in our Guru Parampara. Just as mirroring what Buddharpa was speaking and other speakers, that our previous acharyas, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, that he's come Manjari, very near and dear associated with Srimati Radhika. And so mirthfully, he's taken the teachings of Srila Rupa Goswami and the 6 Goswamis and their followers, and he has presented everything to us, everything to us. We don't have to go anywhere. And between all of you and me, I listen here, there. I'll be quite honest, listen here. But when I hear and read the commentaries of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, then it just makes it so clear to me that what he and our acharyas in the Bhaktivinoda Dhara are presenting is the same Rupanuga Siddhanta that is being presented, actually, not just in our Bhaktivinoda Dhara, but also by other Gaudiya Vaishnavas who are also Rupanugas. And Srila Prabhupada, he has come, even Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Prabhupada, he's come, and he is very, he's made the process so accessible for the world. He's made it so accessible. Completely, he's Nayan Mani Manjari, the twinkle of the eye of the glance of Srimati Radhika. That when Srimati Radhika is giving her Kripa Kataksha, her sidelong glance to Shyam Sundar, just by her sidelong glance, Shyam Sundar, he becomes completely bewildered. Then he's Mohan. He's bewildered. Krishna is known as Madan Mohan. Why? Because he's tasting the sweetness of the love of Srimati Radhika. Then he's Madan Mohan. But when she glances towards him, then he becomes completely bewildered. And who is that glance? The twinkle, the effulgence of that glance, that's manifest in the form of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Srila Prabhupada. Pujapad Siddhanti Maharaj, he was explaining how Srimati Radhika, she is Mahabhav Sarup, Radha Thakurani, Sava, Savakan Krishna Kanti Sarsiromani, that she is able to, that she is manifesting all the different, fulfilling all the different desires of Krishna. And that the gopis who are manifested from her body, that they're tabir eva rupataya kalab here, they're just different manifestations of her inner mood to fulfill the desire of Krishna manifesting in forms. And one of those personalities is Srila Bhakti, is Nayan Mani Manjari, the twinkle of her eye that completely bewilders Krishna. And he has come in this world and he has presented a process for us. Not even presented, but that process which is coming from Srila Rupa Goswami, he is bringing that to us. And the same Srila Prabhupada he has brought. But coming to the Western world, we explained previously that he has had to go to such a depth underneath to bring us up. But to bring us up to what? To bring us up to the highest level, the highest aspiration, which is to be a maidservant of Srimati Radharani, Radha Dasyam. Just to mention the word Radha is so supremely auspicious. Just to mention the word, just to hear the word, what to speak of having that aspiration to serve Srimati Radharani. And Prabhupada, he came to the lowest to give the highest. So to make sure that we did not stray too far off the path, then Srila Prabhupada's very near and dear servant, my Diksha Guru, Srila Gaur Govinda Maharaj, then he came. I didn't hear him say directly, but one of my god brothers told me. They said that Prabhupada has been training me for many, many lifetimes. And Srila Gaur Govinda Maharaj, he came, and also he presented Radha Dasyam. He said, what can I do? He said, I'm a professor in this postgraduate study, and you have been presented as my students. If you can understand this Radha Tattva, this Prem Tattva, I don't know, but I'll try and I'll make you understand. And he gave us a curiosity. And those who were had more sukriti, he ignited their greed or fanned their greed. But Srimati Radharani, she's so merciful that we say the end of mercy in Bhagavad Tattva is Sri Nityananda Prabhu. And the end of mercy is also Srimati Radharani. And she sent her very near and dear Saki, coming in the form of Srila Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Maharaj, Raman Manjari, to come and keep us focused on Radha Dasyam. He said, the whole world may go against me, but I will not deter from presenting this Radha Dasyam. Can you hear me?
Yes, Maharaji, we can hear you.
Okay. He said, I will not deter from presenting this Radha Dasyam. that Srila Gurudev, what the previous acharyas have presented, then Srila Gurudev, he has brought it to us and he's made it very, very accessible and very tangent, real, the most highest thing. And he gave his life for that. Just like Yashodanandan Prabhu, it was soon made more public that Gurudev gave him the instruction to have some kind of institutional setup. But the real thing that Gurudev has given is that he's planted within our hearts this aspiration, Yashashmi Didi was saying, the aspiration for Radhastami. And this is the most valuable, priceless thing. Because as has been stated, one who takes shelter at the lotus feet of Srimati Radharani. I don't know if this has been stated. One who takes shelter at the lotus feet of Srimati Radharani. Then that devotee will be able to have access to the sweetest darshan of Shyam Sundar Krishna. Because Hridoy Prem Dapana, that depending on the heart of the subject, then the object will be so much sweeter and so much clearer. How much time have I got? Haribol?
You've got.
How much time have I got left?
19 minutes.
19. Okay. So I just want to now just remember first coming to Gurudev in 1996. Then we're Modi Bhavan. That time, there were about 300 devotees. Not so many compared to what happened afterwards. And then Gurudev, he would have devotees. That time didn't have sassis. All were brahmacharis, except for his brothers who and he would have devotees speak on Radhastami. Then in the foothills of Varshana, Sriji Mandir, just up at the top of the hill, with Srila Gurudev, Srila Trivikram Maharaj, Srila Parivrajak Maharaj, or Payatak Maharaj, and other god brothers, and devotees who speak Radhastami. That time, Shubhananda Prabhu, Bhaktivedanta Tirtha Maharaj, he would not speak, he would sing. His whole presentation was a song. And as Uma Didi was presenting Govinda Nandini, Govinda Mohini, Govinda Savasvar, he would explain this verse very, very sweetly. So let me just speak a little bit of Radha Tattva, remembering those days. That Krishna, he has multifarious potencies. Prasha Shakti, Vividaiva Shurate, Swabhaviki Jnana, Bala Kriyachara. That Krishna, Parasha Shakti, he has multifarious energies. And amongst them, his Swarup Shakti, there, Anandam se Ladini, Sadam se Sandini, Chidam se Samvit Yari Gyan Korimani. That Ananda's Ladini Shakti, the predominating deity being Srimati Radharani, Sandini Shakti, the predominating deity being Baladev, and Samvit, Krishna himself. That this Ladini Shakti, Srimati Umadidi, she has somehow prefaced this shloka, Ladini sa prem, prem sa bhav, bhavera paramakasha nam mahabhav. That this Ladini Shakti, Ladini sa prem, the essence of Ladini, or the most minute aspect of Ladini in this material world, is Shraddha. That Shraddha, it is developed in the living entity up to the level of Bhav, then Prem, Ladini sa Prem. And then the essence of Prem, that this is Bhav. Bhavera Paramakasta Nam Mahabhav. That when this Bhav, which is after Prem, it goes to its highest extent, then it is called Mahabhav. Actually, this Bhav and Mahabhav are the same. Then, Mahabhav Sarup Shri Radha Thakurani Sava Gun Kani Krishna Kanta Shiromani. That Srimati Radharani, she is Mahabhav Sarup. She is the form of Mahabhav. So what is Mahabhav? Now I had a whole diagram, but I don't think I have time to go through that. But previously in another class I'd explained how the prem is such that whenever there is a situation that prem would be broken, but that prem, it is never broken. That the bondage between the ashroy, the lover, and the vishoy, the beloved, the bondage between Radha and Krishna is eternal, it's unbreaking, and it is ever increasing. As that prem, it increases, then it manifests into sneha. That Srimati Radharani, she has Madhu Sneha, Chandravali Grita Sneha. That the nature of Madhu Sneha is that it is somewhat hot and it is sweet, like sugarcane juice. In fact, the acharyas have explained prem in relationship to sugarcane. They say that rati, bhav, is like the seed of the sugarcane. That prem is ikshu, that this is the sugarcane itself. And sneha is the juice, sugarcane juice. Very, very sweet, madhu sneha. And Srimati Radharani's madhu sneha, has the tendency to heat up. And when that heats up, then that madhu sneha, it manifests as man. That the speciality of these different stages is that unlike sugarcane, when the seed, it manifests as the sugarcane, the seed no longer exists. And as the sugarcane then is turned into juice, then the sugarcane no longer exists. But Srimati Radhika, she is Mahabhav Sarup. She is the embodiment of Mahabhav. And being the embodiment of Mahabhav, then all these different stages are in her, just like Krishna Swayam Bhagavan and all the avatars are within Sri Krishna. In this way, all these different moods of sneha, man, pranoy, rag, anurag, bhav, mahabhav are there within Swarupini, Srimati Radharani. Mahabhav Swarupini, Srimati Radharani. How much time have I got?
You have 11 minutes.
11 minutes. So this sneha of Srimati Radharani it's very hot, but very sweet. Srila Govinda Maharaj, speaking this kata, he said, Ore Baba, have you ever had hot sugarcane juice? Very, very sweet, but very hot. He said, so sweet you can't give it up, but it's so hot it's burning your mouth, but you can't give it up. And when this boils, then this manifests as gur. In the English translation, it said molasses. And this is man. And then the man of Srimati Radhika, that this is Kautilya man. Being as I'm not going to get where I want, I might as well just go step by step as I'm going. So Srimati Radhika, her man, is an example is given by Srila Rupa Goswami. He said that when the heart independently taken on the mood of Swadhin Bhattrika means that she's completely controlling Krishna. That Krishna is a beggar at her lotus feet. And he will do anything just by her whim, what to speak of her speaking. So when it assumes a very crooked nature, it is called Kautilya Lalit Man. This is the man of Srimati Radharani as opposed to the man of Chandravali. So in order to take, so Rupa Manjari, she's speaking to Rati Manjari. And she's saying that, oh, that Krishna, he is sitting next to Srimati Radhika and he's touching her breast. But his hands are shaking. That just being in the presence of Srimati Radhika, that her Mahabhav is making him perspire. And he's trying to paint something on Srimati Radhika. And then Srimati Radhika, with man in her eyes, she just glances towards him and she just nudges him with her left side. I just said with left, she just nudges him aside. But she's manifesting man externally and glancing at him, but internally she's feeling so much happiness, and that is manifesting in Astasadvik Bhavs, which are manifesting on her body. That tears are flowing from her eyes, that goose pimples are manifesting on her body. And then she said, you do not know how to do any painting. You're useless. Let me call my Sakis. They will do. Please, you just watch and you just learn. This is man. When man, it intensifies, then Sneha man, then Pranay. Srila Rupa Goswami, he says that this Pranay, it has Vishramba, very intimacy between Srimati Radhika and Shyam Sundar. That again, in a Rupa Manjari, she is watching from a distance as Radha and Krishna, they've just come out of their Nikunj. And before coming out of the Nikunj, then Shyam Sundar, he has to finish his puja. That who is his deity? Srimati Radhika is his deity. And what does he have to do? He has to comb her hair, decorate her hair. And when Srimati Radhika, she feels that, oh, Shyam Sundar has done well, then she comes out. And Pranay means that there is so much intimacy that there is no I and you, but actually there's a oneness. So he says the divine couple is sitting together after coming out of the Nikunj. And Rup Manjari is a little distance away, and she's watching as the couple, they're laughing. And Shyam Sundar, who has decorated the hair very beautifully, is sitting on the left side. And then Srimati Radharani, she tilts her neck and she rests it on Shama Sundar's left shoulder. And then Sham Sundar, he gets a little bit familiar. Then she shoots some sidelong glances towards Shama Sundar, and frowning, then she just she's shooting sidelong glances, but at the same time, out of ecstasy, tears are flowing from her eyes. So she takes his pitambra and she just starts to wipe tears. That whether it's that his pitambra, that this is her property, that there is this oneness, that this pranay. And then when pranay, it intensifies, then there's rag. That this rag, we talk about ragatmic, that the residents of specifically the Brijbasis, they're ragatmic. That this rag, this deep attachment, that this is within their heart. And what is the nature of rag? That wherever there's this pleasure, but by the influence of rag, that discomfort becomes the most pleasurable thing. Srila Rupa Goswami, I explained before, he gives the example of Radharani going to meet Krishna in Govardhan. And the sun is very hot in the summer. It's like frying. And then underneath her feet, the rocks are burning hot. But because of her rag, her deep attachment for Sham Sundar, the nature of that rag is that it just manifests everything as being completely pleasurable and ecstatic. And this way she's going for Abhisar. So her rag is called Manjista rag. It is red, like the Manjista flower. It's red inside and it's red outside. And it's very, very beautiful and very tasty. That the rag of Srimati Radharani is independent. Chandravali's rag is Nil rag. That rag, it's dependent on so many different things. But Srimati Radharani's rag is completely independent. And just like if you use Manjista to dye a cloth, then that dye will never come off. It's everlasting and it's very, very sweet. That this rag is like basis from which her other bhavs of Mahabhav manifest. Just like I was giving the example that you have from the sugarcane, you have the different ingredients. So rag is a state of chini, sugar. And just like from sugar, you can make so many different preparations. So this is rag. And then when rag intensifies, then it manifests as anurag. How much time have I got now?
2 minutes.
Few minutes. Okay, this was actually where my class was going to start. So, but one thing, in Madhur Kandambini, we have just come to a point where Srila Gurudev is the last verse of the first chapter, and he talks about Sneha Man Pranoy Rag Anurag. So in Madhur Kandambini now, for those who are with me, I'm just doing this class for my own, and then I share it with some devotees. So we're going to, for like the next 2 weeks, we're going to just try and, as best as we can, go into this subject. So Anurag, that it is, everything is newer, 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 newer. That this Anurag, this is the Sthai Bhav of the loving affairs of Radha and Krishna. Just like in Bhakti, when you come to the stage of Bhav, then you have Sthai Bhav, the permanent emotion, which is like an ocean. And on the basis of that ocean, then you have Vibhav, you have Anubhavs, the different emotions that follow, Asta Sadvik Bhav. So the Sthai Bhav of Radha and Krishna's loving affairs, because she is Mahabhav Swarupini, that it is coming from this Anurag. So Anurag, let me try and just speak on Anurag. Okay, so rag, which makes the beloved experience a newer and newer sweetness at every moment, that this is anurag. In the anurag state, then anurag is transformed by a special thirst, means utkanta, a very, very special, a very strong hankering, a very strong hankering of love from the lover to the beloved. So in anurag, there is this hankering of the lover and the beloved. And in this hankering, then Srimati Radharani, she's tasting Krishna, who is the abode of sweetness. She's tasting his sweetness in newer and newer and newer ways. And her anurag also is elevating to newer and newer and newer states of excellence. So in this anurag, there are three stages that are described by Srila Rupa Goswami, that there's Bhav Sarup, Karan Sarup, and Karma Sarup. And it is a most amazing topic, but I don't have time. I've run out, right?
You have Marsh.
Haribo?
Marsh?
I've run out?
Yes.
Okay, so just to conclude, that Bhav Sarup is when Radharani, could you just put up that first thing real quick? I'll just end it in 2 minutes. Or should I just stop right now?
You can go for 2 minutes, Marsh, if you need to.
Okay, put up that thing for me, Yashodhari Didi. The first one. So Bhav Sarup is, oh, that's not very clear. I guess you can make it bigger. So Bhav Sarup is when Srimati Radharani, she's tasting the sweetness of Krishna, and Ladini Shakti is predominating. Ladini Shakti is predominating. So when Radharani is tasting this sweetness through her Ladini Shakti, there you have on the screen, Ladini Shakti is there on the left, and then Radharani, she's tasting the sweetness of Krishna. This is an anurag state. And she becomes, the potency, the influence of Ladini Shakti is so much on Srimati Radharani that she forgets who is the subject, Krishna. She forgets who is the object, Radharani. And the only thing that's going on is the flow of Ladini Shakti, the act of tasting, and she becomes stunned. She becomes totally forgetful. Another time I'll give example. And then Samvit, where she's also tasting the sweetness of Krishna. And there's an awareness coming from the Samvit Shakti of this sweetness of Krishna. And this is also increasing and increasing. This is called Karan Sarup. And then last in this stage of Anurag is Karma Sarup, where Ladini and Samvit together are tasting the sweetness of Krishna. And now this Ladini Samvit combined, that this is Anurag. And the nature of Ladini and Samvit or Anurag is that as the sweetness of Krishna is being tasted by Anurag, then the excellence of Anurag is rising. And then Krishna's sweetness now reciprocates and is tasting the excellence of Anurag, and the sweetness of Krishna's taste is rising. And in this way, there is no defeat by the Anurag of Srimati Radharani and the sweetness of Krishna. And the sweetness of Krishna is increasing more and more, and the Anurag of Radharani is increasing more and more. So when, due to the influence of, okay, so when the Ladini, Samvit, and Anurag, they are all tasting this sweetness, and then Anurag is tasting the excellence of its own self. This is called Swasam Samadhya Dasya. That swa means its own, sam, completely, knowledge. That at that time, Anurag is tasting itself completely. And then when Srimati Radharani, she's manifesting Asta Satvik Bhav, the stage of Udipta and Sudipta, where she's becoming stunned. All 6 to 8 Asta Satvik Bhavs are manifesting simultaneously. And then Yavat Ashray Vritti means that within her, then Mahabhav, it manifests. That I'll explain again in my classes in Madhurya Kadambini, that this is Mahabhav. And all of Srimati Radharani's activities are on this platform of Mahabhav. So we are so fortunate to even be able to be able to discuss this, what to speak of, mention the name of Srimati Radhika. So I was looking everywhere to understand this. I'll end right now. I was looking everywhere to understand this. And then I went to Lal Baghlami. He's the most prominent speaker and knower of Gaudiya Vaishnava philosophy on the planet. And he explained, but I can understand it. I told Prayojan, go see him, learn things, come back to me. Then he said, I've learned it 4 times, and here it is. And then just before this class, I looked at the 7th verse of Shikshastra, and they've explained everything and more, completely clear. Everything was there. And I said, wow, Gurudev has given absolutely everything. And Yashoda, your name was in the book, and Budara Prabhu, for helping to manifest this book. So you just, on this day of Radhastami, I just pray to Srila Gurudev that please you keep me in the dust of your lotus feet, because that is everything. Vantakalpa Turubhischa Kripa Sambhavicha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.
Yashoda,
Yes.
can I ask Maharaj how I can attend his class?
Well, interesting. I was just about to say that his classes are really captivating. Maharaj, do you want to put your WhatsApp details up so people can send you?
Thank you.
Then people can join your Madhurya Kadambini classes if you just do a chat to everyone. You know how to do that?
Yeah. I've got a Madhurya Kadambini chat group. But Budara, you do get my classes.
I get the classes, but I need to sit and listen to you talk about it in when you're doing it in real time.
In person.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk, but it's kind of like I'm just by myself.
Maharaj, could you put your
I'll be having some classes.
Okay, please.
Can you put your, if you don't mind, put your number up on the chat, on the Zoom chat, and then people who want to join your class can, because that was fantastic. I really love that. Where did that quote come to the lowest to give the highest? Was that a Prabhupada quote? Or did you
that Prabhupada's going to the lowest to give the highest?
Yeah, it's beautiful. I love that.
This is Prabhupada. That's
amazing.
Prabhupada.
Amazing. And by the way, I thought your Gaur Govinda Maharaj impersonation was really good.
Thank you.
That's really good. So thank you, Maharaj. I think a lot of people were super enlivened. Thank you so much. We now have our play. I don't know if anyone else in the world is doing. We're probably the only place where we're doing Zoom bhakti plays. I don't know if plays in general are happening on Zoom, but we're innovating as we go. This production is by Shriman Balabhadra Prabhu and Srimati Radhika Didi. Very excited to present it. A couple of instructions to everybody. Look, I can see everyone dressed up. Look, you look amazing. The first thing is, could everybody turn their videos off to maximize bandwidth? And could everybody mute themselves as well? And I don't mean that disrespectfully, of course. And thirdly, so that you see the actor. Sorry, these instructions is not for the actors, only for people not in the play. And the third instruction is, if you put yourself in speaker view as opposed to gallery view in the top right, then you'll just see the actors, and this should work the best. So speaker view, mute, and turn your videos off. And I hand over to our theatre production crew. Radhika Balabhadra, off you go. Good luck. Hare Krishna.
Today, on this most auspicious day of Sri Radhastami, we would like to present this play as an offering from the children in our Sangha, as well as all of you senior devotees. So can I just make sure that everyone in our group is vocal?
Should we go first?
Haribol.
Say something. Our video is not on.
Thank you, Nandini. Gaura, Bala. Wonderful. Thank you.
Yes, I'm looking at the
So performance, if you could mute, and we'll unmute when it's our turn to speak, okay? We'll start with Srila Gurudev's Mangalacharanam, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur's Mangalacharanam. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the Supreme Lord himself. May his merciful glance protect us from offenses, which are like a row of deadly fangs. And may he bestow upon us the hope to attain a drop of the astonishing ocean of Ujjwal Ras, divine amorous mellow. By Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy, human beings can touch the amazing and endless ocean of Unnat Ujjwala Ras, the most elevated mellow of Sri Radha Girivaradhari's amorous pastimes. And also by his grace, they acquire a thirst to taste this ras. Just as one who is parched with thirst anxiously hankers to drink water, so one who has attained the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is anxious to hear and narrate those pastimes that are full of Sri Radha Krishna's Unnat Ujjwala Ras. Gaura, you need to unmute.
Okay. Today, on Sri Mata Radharani's appearance day, we are presenting a play based on Sri Chamatkara Chandrika, a moonbeam of complete astonishment, by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. The book was translated into English by Srila Narayan Maharaj. Srimati Radharani is known throughout Raj to have been given a benediction that whoever shall relish her cooking will be guaranteed a long life. For this reason, Mother Yashoda asked her to come and cook for her Lala Krishna every day. Jatila and Kutila had come to suspect Radharani of developing feelings of love towards Sri Krishna, so they decided to tell Mother Yashoda that it was no longer appropriate for Radharani to cook at her house. They confined Radharani to her room and asked that the Nishta come to collect and deliver the food cooked by her to her mother Yashoda's house. As a result, Srimati Radharani fell deathly ill in separation from Sri Krishna. She is placed on a bed of lotus petals and covered in camphor and sandalwood. Alas, it was to no avail, as the petals burned up in the fire of her separation. The Nishta eventually arrived to collect Radharani's preparations and saw her Swami suffering in such a state.
I have come to collect sweets for Krishna to enjoy, but alas, how can Radharani make sweets in such a condition? Oh Radhe, Shri Krishna is standing right before you. Rajeshwari sent me to ask you to make modaks and sweets for Krishna.
Although Sri Radha was burning in fire of separation from Krishna, as soon as she heard Yashoda's request from the lips of Dhanishta, strength suddenly entered her body.
Manjari, prepare the stove. Bring the small pan. I will make the sweets that Mother Yashoda desires for Sri Krishna. I'll make 4 times the amount of modika than I usually make. Do not worry for my health.
How amazing! A moment earlier, Sri Radha's bed of lotus petals had withered with her burning touch, but now she makes sweets for her beloved. The flames of the stove cool her body. How could anyone understand such prem?
Oh, Dhanisha, will rain not fall from lightning-filled clouds? Will the fresh rain clouds inlaid with the creeper of lightning appear no more? If this cloud does not appear, there will be no shower of rasa, and the Saki's harvest of ecstatic bliss will wither and be destroyed.
What you say is true. Shri Krishna and his Sakhas are suffering the same distress as you. All the creatures of Vrindavan have been affected by this great distress.
It seems the gopis are hatching a cunning plan. That evening, Vishaka went to Jatila and made a show of wailing grief and rolling about on the ground.
Oh, Vishaka, why are you crying?
Oh, Sri Radha has been bitten by a black snake.
Where? How?
The snake was hiding under the badri tree. Sri Radha mistook the jewel on its head for her own. As she reached to take the jewel, the serpent bit her on her hand.
Oh no! I am doomed! Quickly, we must find someone who knows the art of removing snake venom by mantra. Oh, daughter-in-law, how are you feeling?
Oh, mother-in-law, my body is burning with poison. If any male knows whose mantras touches even one of my toes, I will immediately leave this body. Such is my vow as a chaste wife.
Listen, I will go see Purnamasi. She is well versed in scriptures and knows excellent mantras to cure snake bites. She will come and cure you.
Excellent idea. Please do not delay. I will tie a string around Radha's wrist to keep the poison from moving through her body. But it will only work for an hour and a half. Once the poison reaches her head, nothing will save her.
Jatila immediately went to Purnamasi, paid her respects, told her what that had happened.
Oh, my darling daughter Gargi, have you learned the art of reciting snake mantras to remove poison? Have you learned these mantras from your father?
No, but my sister has.
Ah, very good. What is her name and where is she right now?
Her name is Vidyavali. She is visiting me at my house right now.
Oh, Gargi, I fall at your feet. Please come to my house with your sister. Purchase me and my son with your nectarian mercy.
Earlier that day, Dhanishta had told Gargi to dress up as Sri Krishna as a young girl. They all go together to the house where Sri Krishna is dressed in his disguise as Vidyavali.
Dear sister, you have heard the name of Radha. She is famous throughout Braj, and she is full of good qualities. Today, a great disaster has happened. She has been bitten by a serpent. Now her body is filled with poison. Her mother-in-law has come to see you. You should go with her there at their house at once.
Oh, sister, you are so learned, yet you speak ignorantly. I am a chaste girl and the wife of a Brahmana, but according to you, I'm knowledgeable in the uncivilized art of snake charming. Is this how you show your affection?
I pay my respects to you, to your lotus feet. If you restore my daughter-in-law to health, you will purchase me and my son with the dust of your feet.
Old woman of Vraj, you are not aware of the tradition of our family. Wives of Brahmanas do not wander from house to house like common cowherd girls.
Sister, the gopis of Vraj are full with highly respectable qualities. You do not understand anything about their true nature.
Good sister, please do not be angry. I shall do whatever you ask. But in this regard, I have one great apprehension. In Mathura, I heard a rumor that Nanda Maharaj has a mighty son who has no respect for even Brahmanas. If while walking on the path, he looks at me with the same glance he casts upon all the women of Braj, I will immediately give up my life.
My dear sister, there is no need to be afraid. I myself will travel with you.
On arrival, Jatila respectfully bathed Vidyavali's feet and sprinkled the bathing water on Sri Radha's body.
Oh, daughter-in-law, by great fortune, the daughter of Gargacharya has arrived. She is an expert in the science of removing snake poison. She will touch all of your limbs whilst chanting mantras, and soon you will be healthy.
When Vidyavali entered Sri Radha's room, she saw that Radha's body was covered from head to toe with cloth.
Old woman, remove the cloth. I need to move my hands over her body, starting from her feet. I will repeat mantras that will remove the venom. Om Gurudhaya Namaha. Om Gurudhaya Namaha. Om Gurudhaya Namaha. Old woman, something is wrong. The poison is not leaving. What shall I do now? I have to change the treatment. All of you, please leave the room. I will lock the door and recite a mantra to summon the snake that bit your daughter-in-law. Do not worry. I will very soon revive her.
On Gargi's advice, everyone went to another room. After a while, they returned to the courtyard outside Sri Radha's room. The gopis, who knew Vidyavali's real identity, spoke within the earshot of Jatila.
Come, let's listen to the conversation between Vidyavali and the snake.
Sri Krishna feigned two voices, that of Vidyavali and that of the snake. The Sakhis, understanding everything, were immersed in merriment, caught in a whirlpool of festive bliss, gleaming with excitement.
O King of Snakes, where have you come from? From Kailash. My Lord Shiva ordered me to come. What was his instruction? To bite Abhimanyu. What is Abhimanyu's crime? He has not committed any offenses, but his mother has committed two. Then why did you not bite Abhimanyu's mother?
No!
Because Jatila will experience greater sufferings when she mourns her son than she would through the fire of my venoms. Then why did you bite Abhimanyu's wife instead of him? Durvasa has given the blessing of Sabhagavati to Sri Radha. Because he has given her this blessing, Abhimanyu cannot die as long as she remains alive. Durvasa's boon and Sri Radha's chastity are extremely powerful. That is why I cannot kill Abhimanyu without first killing Sri Radha. At dawn tomorrow, I will bite Abhimanyu. The rest of Jatila's life will be filled with suffering as she mourns for her son and daughter-in-law. What are Jatila's two crimes? Jatila's first offense was to defame Durvasa's rishis. The second was to falsely accuse Nanda Maharaj's son by confining her daughter-in-law to her room. Jatila created an obstacle for Nandana Sri Krishna to get his meals. Because of these offenses, Jatila will weep in lamentation, Sri Radha and Abhimanyu for the rest of her life.
Oh, Vidyavali, please satisfy the king of snakes. I will never prevent my daughter-in-law from going to cook for Sri Krishna. Oh, Durvasa Rishi, I pray my obeisances at your feet. I pray you forgive me for my offenses. I am renowned for being feeble-minded since birth. Oh, king of snakes, please do not bite my son. I will never make accusations against Radha. I will never prevent her from leaving this house. Please bestow your mercy upon me by blessing my son and daughter-in-law with long lives, please.
O Gopis, hear my words. I swear by Lord Shambhu that Sri Radha is virtuous and chaste wife. I shall now remove the poison from Sri Radha's body and return to Kailash. If you prevent her from going here and there, I will be so enraged I will bite your son and daughter-in-law, and they will both die. Oh Gopis, now you can see Rishabhanu Nandini is completely cured.
Radha, how are you feeling now?
I'm feeling well. I no longer feel any burning sensation.
Glory to you. You have gained limitless fuse activities by saving our dear Srimati Radhika's life. Thank you so much.
Daughter-in-law, adorn Vidyavali with your ornaments. Your mother and Sri Yashoda will give you many more, many new ones. Vidyavali, my daughter-in-law will personally adorn you with all these decorations.
And I cannot enjoy in front of my Sakis as closest to me as my own soul. Yet today he has freely enjoyed with me in front of my mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Today could only remain in a submissive mood. So be it. My most cherished desire has been fulfilled. I considered my mother-in-law and sister-in-law to be my enemies, but today they brought the beloved of my life to our house. They bowed down and worshipped his feet, and they are the cause of his meeting with me. Today we met each other, and I am decorating my beloved in front of my mother-in-law on her order. As such, I pray to have firm devotion to their feet.
Sri Radha and Sri Krishna, experts in relishing divine pastimes. The clever artistic sports they manifest are magnificent waves in the ocean of pure, spiritual, amorous love. The Sakis also dance in a sporting arena, in the waves of merriment in the ocean of prem. Jai Jai Sri Radha!
Jai! Wow. that was amazing. Can everyone come off mute and give a round of applause?
Haribol!
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
It's really fantastic.
Haribol, Haribol, Haribol.
Take this song.
Wow. Can we take the play out of the whole thing and make it viral on the net?
I can. It's live on Facebook as of now, but I can edit it out. And
that was so brilliant. That was beautiful. Well done, guys. Kids were so cute, unbelievable, and it was also so sweet watching Radhika get really emotional watching the kids as well. It was beautiful. The whole thing was fantastic. Thank you. So we've got 2 more speakers to go. Oh, I'm going to do another marking on the. Hello? Hare Krishna? Oh, sorry, I thought someone was speaking. Another marking on Radharani's lotus feet is the altar. This mark proclaims that the sins of those who meditate upon the feet are burned up as if on the altar of sacrifice. Furthermore, it indicates that just as the universe is nourished by the Brahmins offering fire sacrifice, similarly, those who offer their minds in sacrifice to the feet stimulate universal nourishment that affects all of creation. Beautiful meditation. So our next speaker, actually, I was walking in the streets of London the other day, and I just had my bead bag, so I wasn't obviously a devotee other than the bead bag. And then this gentleman who was about 30 meters away from me, coming towards me, started doing a Haribol gesture. I didn't recognize him at all. And then we stopped. He was a devotee. I was a devotee. It turned out that he was a Prabhupada disciple from 1972. Very sweet man. And we were chit-chatting, and I happened to mention Naimi Maharaj, his former brahmachari name, and they happened to be very close friends back in the 70s. And I met up with him a couple of days later, and he was glorifying Naimi Maharaj. And our next speaker, Naimi Maharaj, he's preached in Kenya, in Russia, including the wintry Siberia and Sweden, in the United States, in Kenya, America, Ukraine. I probably missed out a whole bunch, but he's well known to us all. And as well as speaking sweet Harikatha, he also has a beautiful musical talent, plays a whole range of instruments. I have no idea what he's going to do next, but I'm very excited to find out. So, Sripad Bhaktivedanta Naimi Maharaj, please welcome, warm welcome.
Hare Krishna, thank you, Yashoda Prabhuji. Thank you, Yashoda, Yashodhari, and everybody else who produced this program. We're so lucky to be able to associate with devotees on this wonderful day, and especially associating with devotees of our dear Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada, who really, go deep into the mysteries of Srimati Radhika. So we're very, very, very fortunate, very happy to be here, actually. So I want to offer my obeisances to my Diksha, my beloved Diksha Guru, Nichilil Bhavishta Shishima Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada. Lotus feet of my beloved Shikshan Sannyas Guru, our beloved Srila Gurudev. Beloved Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Maharaj, who is so affectionate to his devotees and followers. To all our Guru Varga, to all devotees present, headed by Tridandi Sannyasi, and all senior devotees, Hare Krishna. So today is a very auspicious day. It's the appearance day of Srimati Radhika, Radharani, Krishna's Sarup Shakti. And first of all, I'd like to, when we were with Srila Gurudev in Raval, I would.
Someone needs to mute themselves because they're playing jingle bells.
I am.
Oh, is he? Sorry about that. Sorry.
Stumpy. When we were with Gurudev in Raval, so somehow or other I would end up relating this pastime. So once upon a time, there was a very proud mountain called Vindhyachala. Vindhyachala was a rival of the Himalaya. Himalaya was very proud of his son-in-law, Shivji. And Vindhyachala, he wanted a son-in-law who would be even more prominent than Shivji. So he performed great austerities. And Brahmaji gave him the benediction that he would have 2 daughters who would be married to somebody who was even more prominent than Lord Shiva. So once upon a time when Vrishabhanu's wife and Chandrabahu's wife, they were pregnant, so Yogamaya transferred their children to the womb of the wife of Vindhyachala. And she gave birth to these beautiful children. But meanwhile, the sister of Krishna, who'd been transferred to Mathura by Vasudeva, had told Kamsa that your killer has been born somewhere else. And also, very soon will be born some very special girls. So Kamsa called Putana. Putana, you go and find any young boys and you kill them. And any young girls, you bring them to me. So Putana went to where Vindhyachala was and stole the children, the baby girls, and started flying away. Vindhyachala became very angry. He called for the Brahmanas. You chant witch curses. They chanted terrible mantras. Putana became very alarmed. She dropped the baby girls. And that's how Srimati Radhika ended up on a 1,000-petaled lotus in Raval. And how Vrishabhanu Maharaj found her, as Umadidi is related, found her in the morning, took her home. And Narada Muni came to the house because he knew that Krishna has been born. His Swarup Shakti must be somewhere close. So he asked Vrishabhanu, have you any children been born here? Now Vrishabhanu Maharaj was very afraid. He didn't want anyone to know about this baby girl. He said, no, nobody's been born here. No, But do you have any children? Yes, Sridham. Anybody else? So in the end, Vrishabhanu Maharaj had to admit that he now had a beautiful baby girl. Narada said, I see. Well, I'll offer her blessings then. So Narada knew who this is, but he didn't want to disturb Vrishabhanu Maharaj's mood. So he sent Vrishabhanu Maharaj off. He said, I need a lot of ingredients for a ceremonial blessing. So you go and find all these ingredients. He gave him a long list. And Vrishabhanu Maharaj went off very, very happily. And then Narada Muni, he began praising Srimati Radhika, reciting beautiful prayers. Srimati Radhika manifested her teenage form, her Kishori form with all her associates. And she gave her blessings to Narada Muni. And she said, you go to perform austerities and you'll take the body as Narada Gopi. And then she again became a tiny little baby. Vrishabhanu Maharaj returned and Narada Muni gave formal blessings to Radharani, not wanting to destroy Vrishabhanu Maharaj's mood. But only one thing, the baby girl, her eyes were closed. Vrishabhanu thought maybe she's blind. Soon after that, Nanda Baba and Yashoda, they heard that Vrishabhanu's got a new child. So they came with little baby Krishna. And little baby Krishna peeps into the cradle and Srimati Radhika opens her eyes. So the first thing she sees is Krishna. And that's all she thought of for the rest of her life. Of course, she's eternal associate. So we're so lucky. We're coming in line from our Srila Prabhupada, who's so devoted to Srimati Radhika. He kept it somewhat hidden. But in one verse in Chaitanya Charitamrita, where Radha and Krishna, they're speaking at Kurukshetra. This is before the battle. It's got nothing to do with the battle. But they're speaking at Kurukshetra. Krishna's already been away for so long, 50 years maybe, or 60 years. And Krishna tells her that actually you're my everything. The love of Brijbasis is my all in all, and the love of Braj Gopis holds my fond heart in thrall. But you, my dear Radha, are my true life and soul, and my life, without you, my life has no meaning. No meaning, my love. No meaning, my love. And without you, my love, my life has no meaning. This is described in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. And Srila Prabhupada in the purport, he writes, so we can understand from this that Srimati Radharani is the queen of Vrindavan. Everyone in Vrindavan goes, Jai Radhe, Jai Radhe. Krishna is simply her instrument. Krishna is actually the decoration of Srimati Radhika. So holding Srimati Radhika is so high esteem. And our Gurudev, of course, simply, like we've heard that, he said, this is my problem. I can't stop talking about Srimati Radhika. Our beloved Srila Govinda Maharaj also, he'd talk about anything, Narada, Pancharatra, anything. And he'd end up talking about Srimati Radhika and the gopis. And our Srila Bharati Maharaj as well, very grave. But I remember maybe the second day, actually, after he was in Mayapur, and I was there, and he began talking about Vilap Kusmanjali, Raghunath Das Goswami, Vilap Kusmanjali. And I thought, oh, this is unusual. And he said, what tune does Krishna play on his flute? Only the name of Srimati Radhika. And another pastime he related, when Srila Rupa Goswami, he wrote a very beautiful verse, Tunde Tandavani Ritang Vitanute Tundavali Labdaye. That when I hear the name of Krishna, when I chant the name of Krishna, I want millions and millions of tongues. And when I hear the name of Krishna, I want millions of ears. And when that name dances in the courtyard of my heart, all my senses stop. I become completely immobile. I don't know how much nectar there is in those two syllables, Krishna. So Srila Bharati Maharaj, he explained that who actually spoke this? Originally, it was Srimati Radhika herself. Lalita one day told her, Radhe, you're getting thin and your bodily complexion is going from gold to blackish. It's not very healthy. Best thing is if you stop remembering Krishna and stop chanting his name as well. So Srimati Radhika, then she chanted that verse. Oh, and when that name dances in my heart, I lose contact with the outside world. And she fell down completely. I don't know how much nectar there is in those two syllables. She fell on the ground. Krishna was attracted by her chanting of his name. And he came, hey, Radhe, Radhe. No response. Then he touched her, Radhe, Radhe. No response. Lalita, what happened? What happened? Usually if she smells the transcendental aroma of my body, or my touch, the sound of my voice, what happened? Lalita explained what had happened. And Krishna said, oh, I don't know how much nectar there is in those two syllables, Krishna. Now one day, Srila Bharati Maharaj, he was giving this Hari Katha. It was the day before Gaura Purnima. And I thought, oh no, he's going to say that that's why Lord Chaitanya came. Krishna came as Lord Chaitanya. Sure enough, that's what he did say. And Srila Bharati Maharaj said, sometimes people say that Srimati Radhika doesn't appear in Srimad Bhagavatam. It's not true. She appears right in the first verse. Janma Yasya Tom Vayadi Tarata. Anvayad means following. So Krishna is described as Anvayad Itarata. He's following another. Who's that other? That's Srimati Radhika. So our acharyas, they're all fanatical fans of Srimati Radhika. Her glories her love, her sweetness, actually it comes through them. Even if we can't, like so many speakers have said, I'm not qualified to speak about Srimati Radhika. I don't know who Krishna is. I don't know who Srimati Radhika is. But still that sweetness is coming down to us through them. And we can feel it. We're attracted. Oh, if that's what they say the goal of life is, then that's what I want as well. Devi Krishnamai Prokta. Radhika Paradevata. Srimati Radhika is Devi, the abode of pastimes of Krishna. And she's Krishnamai. She's not different from Krishna. And wherever she looks, she sees Krishna. Radhika Paradevata. She's the topmost of all worshipable deities. Sarva Lakshmi Mai. She's the essence of all the Lakshmis. All good fortune is there, present in her. Sarva Kanta Sammohini Para. She's also the essence of all the beloveds of the Supreme Personality, Krishna, the Supreme Male Personality. And he's what? Sammohini, totally bewildered by her. So Krishna is the Supreme Absolute Truth, and yet Srimati Radhika completely bewilders him. So this personality, our acharyas are coming, and they're giving loving service to this personality. They're giving the hope, they're giving the process, even the way to get loving service to this personality. Our acharyas have described, for example, especially Shri Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur, he's explained the first verse of Srimad Bhagavatam in so many different beautiful ways. First of all, is Krishna, and then there's Radha and Krishna, Madhurya Ras. It can also apply to Srimati Radhika. Janmadhyasya. She's the birth and origin. She's the birth and origin of all of Krishna's pleasure, all of his beautiful pastimes, everything, because she's his Swarup Shakti. She is the power and potency that practically brings him into existence and gives him the ability to carry out all his beautiful pastimes. Ambayadi Tarata, in separation and directly by direct meeting. Abhigya Sarat, Abhigya Makeshari, Kriyeshari, Sureshari, Sadheshari, Triveda Bharatishari, Pramana Shasaneshari. Srimati Radhika, it seems like she's a simple village girl, but the gopis are so learned in all the truths. The Krishna's service is the be-all and end-all of Vedic knowledge, and loving Srimati Radhika's service is the essence of service to Krishna. Abhigya Sarat. Tene Brahma Ridaya Adikavaye. Tene, she's giving Brahma. Brahma means Vedas, but what is the essence of the Vedas? The essence of the Vedas is Madhurya Ras. So she's given to Adikavaye. Who's the Adikavi? The original poet. This is Rupa Manjari, who's appeared in Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes as Rup Goswami. Rup Manjari, Rup Goswami. He's the great poet that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself certified. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wrote a very, Rupa Goswami wrote a very beautiful verse expressing Lord Chaitanya's mood when he's dancing and singing in front of Jagannath. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was in ecstasy when he read this verse. And Sarab Damodar, who's Lalita in Krishna Lila, he said, oh, you must have given him your power to do this, because otherwise it's not possible. Tene Brahmaya Adikavaye, Mohyanti Yatsureha. But this Madhurya Ras, and especially Parikya Ras, is very bewildering to great sages, even the greatest personalities. It's very, very bewildering. It's very bewildering even to the greatest personalities. Who are they? They're the people in Braj. Because they're seeing Srimati Radhika as the wife of Abhimanyu, and Purnamasi has said she is the most chaste. She made a special test. She made a pot with 1,000 holes in, and she said only Krishna had a fever. Only a chaste lady, the most chaste lady, can carry this pot full of water and it won't leak out. So Jyotila thought she's very chaste. She tried it. She got drenched. So did Kotila. And then Srimati Radhika, in the end, they coaxed her to do it. And she came holding this pot with 1,000 holes in, and all the water was there. And then Purnamasi said, see, everybody, just see, she is the most chaste. And actually, it's a fact, because she's totally, totally, totally dedicated to Shri Krishna. She never thinks about anybody else at all. And then Dhamna Sena Sada, she's always in her own abode. Nirasta Kuhakam, never any illusion. When Krishna goes to Dwaraka, when he goes to Mathura and Dwaraka, so we know from Srila Gurudev that there's 3 manifestations of Lord Chaitanya and 3 manifestations of Srimati Radhika. So the main manifestation of Srimati Radhika is Vrishabhanunandini. And even when Krishna goes to Dwaraka, Vrishabhanunandini remains Dhamna Sada. She's always in her own, and no illusion. She doesn't have any illusion that Krishna's gone anywhere. She's always there. They're always together. Satyang Param Dhimahi. So she is the supreme. Krishna is saying that she is my life and soul. Krishna is the supreme Satyam. The demigods pray that you're always true to your vow. You always speak the truth. So Krishna is speaking the truth, that actually she's the essence of my being. And Satyam also, she appears, Adikavi, Rupa Goswami, he's explained, related how, maybe in another kalpa, that Srimati Radhika has actually appeared as Satya Bhama in Dwaraka. And there's this heartrending pastime there with Krishna and Chandravali and Satya Bhama. So Srimati Radhika is Krishna's Sarup Shakti. And Srila Gurudev's mood here was very, very deep. Thakur Bhaktivinoda has explained that the Shakti of Krishna is all his power. And this Shakti fulfills all of his desires. So all that's left for Shaktiman is desire. Purush is desire. But Srila Gurudev one time, on a morning walk, I suppose, and he said that actually, or at some point, he said that without Srimati Radhika, Krishna is just impersonal Brahman. So Prem Prayojan Prabhu asked him about that, and Srila Gurudev, in the end, he said, well, you'll have to resolve this. So some years later, 3, 4, 5 years later, I asked Gurudev, I said, you said that at that time. So how do you resolve that? And I mentioned that I wasn't challenging, but I was really curious to know what he would say. So I quoted Jaiva Dharma, where Thakur Bhaktivinoda is saying that Krishna has desires, Purushi has desire. And Gurudev said, desire is another kind of energy. You will have to understand my mood. So if we think that Srimati Radhika is Sarup Shakti to that extent, then everything about Krishna is manifested by Srimati Radhika. And she's in love with it all, totally, totally in love with it all. And he's totally and totally in love with her. It's the most incredible love story. So my Guru Maharaj, he, in various places, offered this idea that we should become servants to Srimati Radhika. He did not emphasize that. Srila Bhakti Rakshakshita Goswami Maharaj, he said, Swamiji, he has hidden a treasure for you. He said, we're minors, means we're youngsters. We can't get that yet. It's in trust. But when we become of age, then we'll be able to get it. But he said, he's kept that in an iron chest. But at least we should know what's in that chest. So that iron chest is Vaidhi Bhakti. And Srila Sridhar Maharaj is saying we should know what's in that iron chest of Vaidhi Bhakti. What is the promise? And then he enlarged on Manjari Bhav to some extent, not to a great extent. And then Srila Gurudev, he's opened up this treasure chest and he's showing us all the jewels in so many different ways without inhibition. We can understand from his spiritual name, his Braj name, that actually he's the personification of the pastimes of Radha and Krishna. So how can anyone stop him talking about them? It's not possible. So he's actually opened up this Braj Bhav, spontaneous devotional. Immediately when he came to the West, immediately he was talking about this, pointing out if you're performing Vaidhi Bhakti with the intention of going back home, back to Godhead, you can't control Krishna. It's weakened. That kind of devotional service is weakened. I mean, I wish that I could perform that kind of weak devotional service. But anyway, he's making this point that only by following the gopis, straight immediately, he was unabashedly speaking about this. Devotees, Vaishnavas, even senior Vaishnavas, they've accused Srila Gurudev of speaking unrestrictedly about Radha and Krishna's intimate pastimes. It's not true. He spoke about their moods, their deep and very, very beautiful moods. But personally, practically, I hardly ever heard him mention that Radha and Krishna are touching each other. Just one pastime with the Kadamba flowers when Krishna disguises as a gopi. In Varshana, he's telling that pastime. Otherwise, very, very careful. But he's opened these beautiful moods of Rajbhav and Radha Palyadasim. Means to become maintained maidservant of Srimati Radhika. He's opened this up. And before he came to the West, he spoke on Shivila Kusmanjali to some senior ISKCON devotees, and he gave very, very detailed descriptions, explanations of these verses, and very detailed explanation of Braj Bhav and Manjari Bhav. One time we went to, Gurudev was with us, but we went without him to Radhakund. He stayed back at the temple in Govardhan. And when he came back, he said, so we have been to Radhakund. And then he quoted 3 verses. Tavaivasmi, Tavaivasmi, Nujivami Tvayavina, Iti Vighayarati, Tang Nayamon Charanantike. So these 3 verses, actually, he said that these are the articles of Sakhi Bhav. If we want to know how to relate to Srimati Radhika, the key is in these 3 verses from Shivila Kusmanjali. Because we'd gone to Radhakund, we'd seen Sri Raghunath Das Goswami's Samadhi. In the first, Raghunath Das Goswami as Rati Manjari, he's praying to Srimati Radhika. I'm yours, I'm yours. I can't live without you. I can't live without you. So knowing that, O Radhe, you must bring me Padantike to the tips of your lotus feet. I want to serve your lotus feet. I can't live without that service to your lotus feet. Then Srimati Radhika may ask, oh, you want this? So you're talking about service to my lotus feet. What kind of service would you like? Sorry, you're asking for some relationship. Tavaivasmi, Tavaivasmi. I'm yours. But what do you want? Do you want to be my friend? Like Lalita, Vishaka, the others? Is this what you want? No. I'll never want anything except service to your lotus feet. That's the only thing I want. You say, you're suggesting that I should become your friend, like Lalita Vishaka, and have my own relationship with Krishna. Sakyayate mama namosta nityam. I offer my obeisances from a distance. They're my seniors. I offer my obeisance from a distance to that relationship with you, that relationship with Krishna. But I don't want that. So Srimati Radhika can say, then what do you want? Dasyayate mama rasostu satyam. That my true mood towards you is serving you. Just engage in your simple menial service. And then Srimati Radhika can say, well, what kind of service do you have in mind? Do you want to sweep the kunjas, or do the washing up, or make the bed, or what do you want? Shri Rupa Manjari Karajita Pada Padma Goshtendandana Bujarpatamastakaya Hamodata Kanakakora Pararavinda Sambahanami Sanakaistava Kinkarishye. Radha and Krishna together. They've been performing very beautiful loving pastimes. Srimati Radhika is relaxing. Her head is on the arm of Krishna. They're looking at each other so lovingly. So deep, deep, deep mood in the Nikunja. Rupa Manjari is there, and she's gently massaging, as very intimate mood, she's gently massaging Srimati Radhika's lotus feet as she's lying there. And Rati Manjari is also there because she's like, she's a junior associate of Rupa Manjari. And Rupa Manjari is with her eyes. She's saying, come on, come on, you can do this too. So she's signaling with her eyes. And then Rati Manjari is also giving this this service. She's saying, this is the service that I want. This is what I want for myself. So Srila Gurudev, he's given us this vision that we can actually become involved in these indescribably beautiful, sweet, intimate pastimes between the absolute truth and his Hladini Shakti, Sarup Shakti, and giving the moods by which gradually we can come to there in some lifetime. He said it doesn't happen immediately, but in some lifetime, we have something to dream about, we have something to move towards. We can move in our service along the line of acharyas. And Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he said that you can be with Thakur Bhaktivinoda in that form, in another universe. So Thakur Bhaktivinoda, he's written this beautiful Shatakoti Gopi.
1 minute left, Marj.
Yep. Ehona Radhika Charanatale Bhaktivinoda Khandiya Bole Tua Gane Maje Amara Gani Kinkari Korea Rakavapani. Weeping at the lotus feet of this Radhika, Bhaktivinoda says, count me among your personal associates and keep me as your supported maidservants. So I pray that our beautiful acharyas, they will give us their blessings, all of us. We're so fortunate, we're in their family. And I just pray that they'll shower their blessings on us so that we can all progress on this beautiful divine path. And I pray to Srimati Radhika that she'll accept me and us all as her personal maidservants. Hare Krishna. Vanshakalpatarivasya kripasinudavcha putitanam bhavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namo.
Thank you, Maharaj. That was beautiful. I was reading Vedagta Madhav by Rupa Goswami, the play that he was asked to write by Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and it had a verse 15h, which echoed with your earlier sentiments that you were talking about how beautiful the two syllables of Krishna are. And it said, I do not know how much nectar of the two syllables Krishna have produced. When the holy name of Krishna is chanted, it appears to dance within the mouth. We then desire many, many mouths. When that name enters the holes of the ears, we desire many millions of ears. And when the holy name dances in the courtyard of the heart, it conquers the activities of the mind, and therefore all the senses become inert.
That's the verse that Srila Rupa Goswami wrote in Puri. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was in so much ecstasy with that he called all his associates and he said, you have to give him your blessings so that he can fulfill my mission.
So thank you, Maharaj. Beautiful. So the lotus, Kamala, is a symbol on Radharani's feet. And this mark increases greed for nectar in the minds of the bee-like devotees who meditate on lotus feet. The lotus also signifies that just as a lotus grows out of water, similarly, those whose eyes swell with tears upon holding the divine lotus feet to their heart receive the highest benefit. This mark also shows that the goddess of fortune, Sri Lakshmi Devi, always resides at his feet, rendering humble service. And it signifies that his feet are so soft that they can be compared to lotus petals. Indeed, upon first glancing at the lotus feet, you would think you're directly seeing fresh lotus blossoms. It also reveals that just as a lotus blooms by day and contracts by night, similarly those who remain steeped in meditation on lotus feet always feel the blossoming unfoldment of brilliant sattvic ecstasies that dispel the darkness of ignorance. It also means that the bee of the devotee's mind cannot fly beyond the bondage of dry jnana, knowledge, and vairagya renunciation without the temptation offered by the superior nectar of the lotus feet. So our last but by no means least speaker, a very beautiful devotee who lives in Costa Rica, who has written some really successful books. One of them's called The Book of Dharma, Making Enlightened Choices. And the second book he's written is called Yoga and the Dark Night of the Soul. He's also spoken at the United Nations. His name is Shriman Sundar Prabhu, and I'm very happy to offer him a very warm welcome to complete our beautiful Radhastami 2020. Hey Prabhuji, Haribol.
Dandavat Pranam, Yashodanandan, for such inspiring glorifications of Srimati Radhika by Pujapad Nemi Maharaj, Pujapad Ashram Maharaj, Shriman Budara Prabhuji. I feel so lucky to be here. Thank you so much for organizing this event. I just want to check quickly that the sound is okay and you're able to hear me.
I muted myself. Yes, very good. Yes.
Okay, great. Hey Shri Guru Jnana Dina Bandho Swananda Datta Karunaika Sindho Brindavanasi Nahitavatara Prasidha Radha Pranaya Prachara. First, I offer my Dandavat Pranam at the lotus feet of my dear spiritual teacher, Nityalila Pravishtam Vishnupad, Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. In the same way, I offer my Dandavat Pranam at the lotus feet of all the acharyas in our line. And I offer my Dandavat Pranam to all of you, the Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis, and beg for your causeless mercy. I feel very inspired by the verse that Pujapad Nemi Maharaj quoted and the translation you gave, Yashodanandan Prabhu, about the names Krishna. So I thought I would continue from there. All of the glories of Srimati Radhika and Shri Krishna are contained in their holy name. In fact, even to say that, our Srila Gurudev explained, is not correct. We cannot say that Krishna's and Srimati Radhika's pastimes are in and qualities are in the name. They are the name. So if I say in the name, it's simply a figure of speech and it's incorrect. Our acharyas have written, have passed on to us incredible details about the Mahamantra. And I want to share a few of these treasures with the mood that maybe in doing so, some of them may find a way into my own heart. So you all know, I'm sure, that the Mahamantra is made up of 16 names, which are all in the vocative. The vocative meaning that they are an address. They're calling out to or addressing Sri Radha and Sri Krishna. So Hara becomes Hare in the vocative. Hari also becomes Hare in the vocative. So the very last name at the end of the Mahamantra, Hare, Srila Jiva Goswami says that last Hare is actually addressed to Krishna, Hari, and in the vocative it's Hare. So, but what many of us may not know is that the name Krishna is in the vocative also. In Sanskrit, Krishna doesn't exist except in the vocative. So you have Krishnaha, Krishnam, Krishnaya, Krishnat, Krishnasya, Krishne, and then you have Krishna, and that Krishna is the vocative. So these 8 names, these 16 names, or 8 pairs of names are supposed to be called out. They're supposed to be an address to Radha and Krishna. And in our practice of Harinam, when we fail to do that, we're actually not uttering the Mahamantra correctly. And so there's no possibility, or Srila Gurudev explained, it's impossible to attain mantra siddhi or perfection in the mantra unless we're calling out to Radha and Sri Radha and Krishna. So before looking at the first 2 pairs of names, let us go to one very great Vaishnavacharya in our lineage. His name is Makaradvaja, Sri Makaradvaja. So Sri Makaradvaja was very dear to Sri Mahaprabhu. And when Sri Mahaprabhu was in Jagannath Puri, Sri Makaradvaja was a young boy. And seeing him play, it reminded Mahaprabhu of Krishna's play in the courtyard of Yashoda Maya and Nanda Baba. So he called this young boy Gopal. And one day, one Vaishnava was very attached to uttering Krishna's name. He couldn't stop himself from saying Krishna, Krishna, Krishna always. So when this Vaishnava was going to the latrine, he was holding his tongue with his hand. And the young boy, the young Gopal, saw that and began speaking to this Vaishnava and said, don't you know that the name of Krishna can be uttered in any place at any time? There are no rules and regulations. In fact, if the holy name is not supposed to be uttered in an impure place or at an impure time, what will you do at the moment of death? When the body is in an impure state, will you also hold your tongue in that way? Mahaprabhu, hearing that, was so impressed. He said, this young boy, it has become a guru. His name now will be Gopal Guru. So news, you can imagine, news spread throughout the Vaishnav community that this little boy Gopal had been named by Mahaprabhu as Sri Gopal Guru. So one very great associate of Mahaprabhu, Sri Abhiram Thakur, he had this ability to be able to determine whether a Vishnu Shila or a Shalagram Shila was authentic. Do you know how? He would offer his Dandavat Pranam to the stone. And if the stone was not a true Vishnu Shila, it would crack, or it would turn into dust. So Sri Abhiram Thakur came to test the young boy, Sri Gopal Guru. The Vaishnavas were very worried, very anxious, and they approached Mahaprabhu and asked him for help. Mahaprabhu then placed his foot on the forehead of Sri Gopal Guru. And if you see the Murti of Sri Gopal Guru or any pictures of him, he has an unusual tilak, which is the outline of Sri Mahaprabhu's foot, which was placed on his forehead. There's so much more to say about his glories. I'll say one last thing, which is that he is the acharya of the first mat set up by Mahaprabhu himself, which is the Gambira. The Gambira, where Sri Mahaprabhu was in ecstatic meditation and where he slept, is the mat that was personally given by Mahaprabhu to Sri Gopal Guru Goswami. So Sri Gopal Guru Goswami explains the glories of Srimati Radhika and Sri Krishna in the Mahamantra. So Hare, Krishnasya mano harati iti hara radha tasyaha sambodhane he hare. Krishnasya manaha, the mind of Krishna, harati, that person who steals away the mind of Krishna and who overpowers the mind of Krishna. Harati has a few meanings. It means to steal or to rob. It also means to overpower or to subdue. So that person who steals and overpowers the mind of Krishna is called Hara. When addressing Hara, we say, Hey Hare. So our Param Gurudev has explained what happens when Srimati Radhika steals and overpowers the mind of Krishna. He has explained that at that time, Krishna loses his dark blue sapphire complexion and takes on the golden complexion of Srimati Radhika. And Param Gurudev established the deities of Sri Radha Vinod Bihariji. And that Srimati Radhika, of the deities of Sri Radha Vinod Bihariji, is the first Hare. It's that Srimati Radhika who steals the mind of Krishna and causes him to change complexion. Our Srila Gurudev's last word in this world was Hare, a call out to that Srimati Radhika who Param Gurudev worshipped for his whole life, and he himself worshipped for his whole life. That Hare, the very first name of the Mahamantra, that Srimati Radhika who steals the mind of Krishna, overpowers him, and causes Krishna to change his complexion. Moving to the second name of the Mahamantra, Krishna. Sri Gopal Guru Goswami explains, Radhaya manaha karshati iti Krishna tasya sambodhane he Krishna. Krishna is he who attracts the mind of Srimati Radhika. So Krishna comes from karshati, which means to draw or to pull. It has a few other meanings also. So Krishna pulls the mind of Srimati Radhika. I remember going on parikrama with Srila Gurudev. We would go to the village of Srimati Radhika's dear friend Chitra Devi. So I'm sure you know Chitra Devi is she's an astrologer, and her dress is the color of crystal. One of her many beautiful talents is that she creates beautiful crystal vessels, fills them with different levels of water, and she uses those vessels as an instrument. She's also very expert at painting. When she paints something, her paintings are so real, it's sometimes difficult to know whether it's a painting or not. So she was painting one portrait, and Srimati Radhika was with her. And at that time, there was a flute sound. You can guess who the flute player was. That flute song was so captivating that it immediately pulled Srimati Radhika's very life away from her. And she said to Chitra, I give everything that I have to that flute player. Shortly after, Chitra Devi finished the final touches of her portrait. When Srimati Radhika saw that portrait, her heart immediately ran there. She said, oh, I give everything, my whole life, everything I have belongs to this beautiful, dark complexioned boy that you have drawn. And shortly after, Krishna made his way through that part of Braj, on the way with his friends to the forest to tend the cows. Srimati Radhika looked and saw Krishna, who smiled towards her. And in that moment, her heart was completely taken by Krishna. So Srimati Radhika was very concerned. She said to Chitra, I don't know what to do. According to the Dharma Shastra, When a young woman is engaged to a man, she gives her heart to only that person. But here I am, I've given my heart to 3 different people: the flute player, the beautiful dark complexioned man you've drawn, and this cowherd who has just made his way to the forest. So Chitra Devi burst into laughter and explained to Srimati Radhika, these 3 are the same. Shyama Sundar Shri Krishna, who steals the mind of everyone. So that Krishna who steals, who attracts the mind, who draws, who pulls the mind and of Srimati Radhika is known as Krishna. That's the meaning of his name. We'll have a look quickly at the second pair of names in the Mahamantra. Krishnasya loka lajja daryadi sarvam haratiti hara radha tasyaha sambodhane he hare. Sri Radha causes Krishna to lose all of his lajja, dhairya, adi, all of his good qualities. Dhairya means patience. Loka lajja means public shyness. And then it says adi, all of his good qualities. Interesting, if you look at the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna explains to Arjuna the qualities that represent knowledge. I'm sure you're familiar with this verse from the 13th chapter, the definition of knowledge. Amanitvam, madhambitvam, and so on. 20 qualities that represent knowledge. Qualities like absence of pride, absence of deceit, patience, honesty, purity, tranquility, self-control. That person who steals all of those qualities from Sri Krishna is known as Srimati Radhika and is addressed as He Hare. So there's not so much time left. So I won't go into one beautiful Leela that Srila Gurudev explains, which is from Ujjvala Nilamani, where Krishna tries to meet with Srimati Radhika and he climbs up a bear tree and he makes a cuckoo sound all night trying to attract her attention. The bear tree is filled with thorns. It's a thorny tree. So he spends the whole night trying to catch her attention and trying to meet with her, but is in the end frustrated and has to go back home. So Krishna loses all of his patience. He's Atmaram, Aptakam, but that person who steals his Atmaram and who steals his Aptakam is known as Hara and is addressed as He Hare. The last name we have time for is the 4th name of the Mahamantra. Sri Gopal Guru Goswami explains, Radhaya loka lajja dhairyadi sarvam karshati Krishnaha. Sri Krishna attracts, or one meaning of karshati is to take away from someone. So Krishna is that person who takes away the shyness, the patience, and the modesty of Srimati Radhika. I'll finish with one beautiful verse by Srila Rupa Goswami that is an example of this. This verse again is from his beautiful collection of the Sri Padyavali. Chitrod kirnad api vishadharad bhiti bhajo rajanyam king vabru mastvaram abhisarane sahasang madhavasya dvante yantyayadatti nibritam radhayatma prakasha trasat pani pati pani panaratna rodhi vyadhavdai. So Srila Rupa Goswami explains here in this stunning verse that Srimati Radhika she becomes terrified even when she sees a sketch of a serpent. So what then can we say of her recklessness in going to meet Sri Madhava in the middle of the night, sometimes in the middle of a storm? This verse explains that when she makes her way to see Sri Krishna in the night, there are serpents that are passing along the path. and these serpents have jewels on their heads. When these serpents are disturbed or they feel anxious, the jewels on their heads begin to glow. They shine brightly. So Srimati Radhika is so afraid that these serpents will reveal where she is as she's trying to make her way to Krishna, that she covers the heads of those serpents with her own hands. So just see how Srimati Radhika loses her qualities of patience, modesty, fear, and her concerns about loka dharma, worldly dharma, to meet with Krishna. That person who steals those qualities, who takes those qualities, pulls those qualities away from her, who takes them away from her possession, is known as Krishna and is addressed as Hey Krishna. So the sadhaka, remembering these beautiful qualities and leelas of Radha and Krishna that are contained in, or actually that are the names of Sri Radha and Krishna, develops a lot of greed for the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra. And Srila Rupa Goswami explains the mood of someone, of the sadhak, who is uttering Krishna's names. Vichayani, vicharyani, vichintyani, punaha punaha, kripanasya dhaniniva, tvannamami bhavantunaha. Vichayani, collected. Vicharyani, counted. Vichintyani, contemplated. Punaha punaha, again and yet again. Kripanasya dhananiva, tvannamami bhavantunaha. May your names be for us like wealth is for a miser. So the sadhaka adopts the mood of a miser in relation to these names of Sri Radha and Krishna. Vanchakalpa tarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Ujeshwari Rasa Shri Vishabhanu Nandini Srimati Radha Thakurani ki jai. Shri Gurudev, Shri Prabhupada ki jai. Shri Gopal Guru Goswami ki jai.
Sundar, your presentation is always cogent and deep, always structured, but delivered with emotion and conviction. Thank you so much, Haribol. And thank Krishna for Costa Rica's broadband. Obviously, it's okay over there because we could hear you really well. I want to share the final symbol on, well, we haven't done all 19, but for this session, on Radharani's feet, the half moon, the Ardha Chandra. This mark symbolizes how lotus feet truly provide the desired objectives of the devotees. It signifies that even devatas like Lord Shiva, whose symbol is a half moon, have decorated their own heads with the soles of the feet. It also shows that the devotees who likewise decorate their own head with the feet can become exalted like Lord Shiva. Just as the moon showers nectar with its cooling rays, similarly the lotus feet shower nectar upon the devotees, extinguishing the threefold material miseries. So that the minds of the devotees may reside at the feet, they bear the symbol of the moon, which is the devata or presiding deity of the mind, upon the feet. Just as the moon is one, yet it destroys the darkness seen by many people simultaneously. Similarly, the Lord is one, and yet by his cleverness can deliver many souls at the same time. The half moon also indicates that since the Lord's toenails appear like 10 splendorously full moons, the real moon has shriveled up in shame and appears in half form. Yashodhara, you wanted to say a couple of things?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to just say a couple of things. Firstly, I would like to thank all the speakers that have spoken today, because you've really emphasized on Srila Gurudev's mood and what he came to give to us. So I feel really fortunate that I'm in a position that I'm able to hear such beautiful essence of what Srila Gurudev gave. Actually, Ramananda Prabhu sent me something earlier, which I just want to read from a class. It's very short. He just explained something at the end, which I think is beautiful. This was August 2009 in Keshavji Gaudiya Math in Mathura on Radhastami morning. He says, the glories of Radhika are innumerable. Now the Vaishnavas in this assembly will glorify her for 10 minutes each. This is her real Abhishek, bathing ceremony. She will not be pleased with the Abhishek using various ingredients such as milk, yogurt, honey, ghee, etc., as she will be with our chanting of her glories. And I think that's just really beautiful to kind of end on, and that is exactly what everyone here did. And I'm just really fortunate that I was able to even listen to that beautiful glories. And then the other thing that I wanted to announce is that obviously we've got so many appearance days and disappearance days coming, and our next one is Srila Jiva Goswami and Srila Jiva Goswami's appearance day and Vaman Dev's appearance day, which is on Saturday. And I just want to announce who's going to be speaking. So we've got Shripad Randi Maharaji, we've got Shripad Madhav Maharaji, we've got Shripad Bhakti, Nemi Maharaji, we've got Brajanath Prabhu, we've got Yashashwini Didi, we've got Nitai, we've got Srimati Shamarani Didi, Vipin Prabhu, again Sundar Gopal Prabhu and Jivan Pavan Prabhu. So we've got a really amazing lineup coming up ahead of you on Saturday as well, and I really hope that everyone can join. The links will be sent out as they have been, and I just want to thank the organizers of this Radhastami and the other festivals like Yashodananda Prabhu, Ramananda Prabhu and Radhika Didi, who have taken time to organize such a beautiful event for all of us to listen to. So thank you so much for your time, and it feels like time's just flown by. It doesn't feel like as long as what it's been. 4 hours doesn't seem like 4 hours. So I'm just really fortunate for all of you, and grateful to have such wonderful god brothers and sisters, uncles and aunties supporting me and looking after me. So Radhe Radhe, thank you.
And I think we have some kirtan coming. Oh, one thing I forgot to say was when the play was on, it reminded me, and Radhika, I'm sure you'll remember, many people remember, back in Badger, we used to have plays in the outside area, and the plays always used to be around dusk, or just post dusk in Badger in June. And I remember how animated Srila Gurudev would get, and how he loved seeing the children act, and it really reminded me, it felt like Gurudev was really, and he used to have such a broad, big smile on his face, and he was always laughing so much at the beautiful expressions of the play. So that brought back memories of well, plays around the world, but particularly in Badger. Thank you so much, everybody. Radhika, you're doing some kirtan to close off.
We're just going to end with, if you have songbooks, page 342, Kalayati Nayanam. It's written by Sri Rai Ramanand, who, as we have heard from Srila Gurudev, is Vishakha Sakhi and Krishna Leela. And we've just been hearing how they are Kai Vyuha, Srimati Radhika. So today is also Vishakha Sakhi's appearance day. She is like the twin of Srimati Radhika.
Can you just give the first line slowly, please?
Kalayati Nayanam.
Got it. Thank you.
Kalayati Nayana Dishi Dishi Valita Pankajami Vamido Maruta Chalita Kalayati Nayana Dishi Dishi Valita Pankajami Vamido Maruta Chalita Keli Vipina Pravishati Radha Pratipada Samodita Manasi Jabadha Kalayati Nayana Dishi Dishi Valita Pankajami Vamida Maruta Chalita Vinidadati Mridu Mantarpada Rachayati Kunjara Gati Manuvadha Kalayati Nayana Dishi Dishi Valita Pankajami Vamidhu Maruta Chalita Janayati Rudra Gajadipamudita Ramananda Raya Kavigatida Ramananda Raya Kavigatida Kalayati Nayana Dishi Dishi Valita Pankajami Vamidu Maruta Chalita Jai Radhe Jai Radhe Jai Radhe Jai Shri Radhe Jai Radhe Jai Krishna Jai Radhe Jai Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jai Radhe 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 Jai 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 Shri Radhe 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 Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Gaura Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Gaura Hari Bol Jai Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev Jai Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada
Haribo
Haribo Jai Jai Shri
Jai Radhe
Jai Jai Shri Radhe